All right, we're going to get started. We're waiting for one other council member to arrive, but it is a little after 6, and so we'll get started with our regular city council meeting of January 13th, 2026. Happy New Year to all. Welcome to the party. Let's enjoy ourselves tonight and get some good work done for our community. All right. Mr. Bradley, you want to do a roll call for us, please? I do call the meeting to order officially.
Mayor Doring,
Here.
Vice Mayor Deasy,
Here.
Councilmember Barrick,
Here.
Councilmember Summers, and Councilmember Spadarato are absent.
All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we're on to item 4 under our agenda, adoption of the agenda. I'll look to our clerk to give us any updates on the agenda tonight.
Yes, staff is pulling item 12.1 about the downtown specific plan, and that will be heard at the January 27th meeting.
All right, thank you for that. With that change, the pull of item 12.1, I'll look for a motion to adopt our agenda.
I'll make a motion to adopt.
Second.
All in favor of adopting the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That motion passes. All right, moving on to item 5. We have minutes from December 9th, 2025. Any changes, amendments, corrections to be noted, Mr. Bradley? All right. Any changes, amendments, corrections noted? No. I'll look for a motion to pass or to adopt our minutes from December 9, 2025.
Make a motion?
I'll second.
The motion to adopt the minutes and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? None. That motion passes. Hello, Mr. Summers. Welcome. Happy New Year. All right. Okay, we're on to public forum. Anybody wishing to address your city council tonight on any matters that are not on the agenda, you have 4 minutes. Mr. Rose, welcome. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you very much. My name is Gary Rose, St. Helena. Good evening, council and staff. My topic tonight is not on the agenda, but probably applies somewhat to one of the items on the agenda. And that is, tonight I'd like to discuss water neutrality agreements and some related topics. I'm speaking as a citizen, as not in any official capacity. I'd like to refer to a resolution 2023-61, and you don't have to go find it. It's a long ways back there. It was adopted by not by this council, but by the city council on June 6th of 2023. And it was a contract with West Yost for engineering services to update the water safe yield estimate and the city's water neutrality policy for a not to exceed cost of $124,200. I couldn't find the contract itself, so I'm guessing what the time frame was, but I was intimately involved with that discussion. And if I remember right, the time frame was approximately 6 to 9 months to accomplish that. Neither of these documents is done, by the way, and this is 3 years later. The city needs a revised water neutrality policy now. It is tied somewhat to the safe yield, but in some ways it is a separate document as well. And the current policy is vague. It does not really accomplish the ultimate goal. In fact, water neutrality beyond very small projects is basically a myth. The current policy states that in lieu fees are not being accepted. That is also not true. The policy being applied is, in fact, in lieu fees. Currently, these fees are applied to account number 56123-300000 And the latest balance that I have is $13,257.41. And I haven't checked to see how much revenue the city has collected for water neutrality in lieu fees, but just looking through some of the documents in the past, it greatly exceeds $13,000. So the problem is, in lieu fees do not create water. They don't offset water use, nor do they save water. They're just a fee at this point in time. So I can't take credit for this idea, but I'm going to present it. I've helped in the early development parts of it, but I would like to label it, since it's not my idea, I would like to label it as a brilliant idea, actually. So the suggestion is a different tack for water neutrality. And the idea is to change the in lieu calculation to provide a metric that would calculate in lieu fees to repair the current water distribution system to reduce water leakage. And what it would do, it doesn't save water, but it basically creates water from unused water. We've got somewhere between 15 and 25%, depending on the year that you choose it and how it's measured. It's very difficult to tie the leakage rate to the delivered water, but with our new meters, we should be able to do a much better job of that and be able to line the leakage at the same time that we're seeing water production. I'll finish really quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Thank you.
May I finish?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
30 seconds.
All right. We need to concentrate on finding the leaks and repair them. The account number that I mentioned before would be dedicated to this purpose. I'd like you to please consider this. It's a new concept, and we're in the very beginning phases. And as I said, I can't take credit for the idea, but stand by. You will be hearing more about it. I will be bringing it to the Water and Wastewater Committee, and I would like the staff to really consider this, and I would like to see some pressure from the City Council to take a look very seriously at creating this additional water and a way to use in lieu fees that would do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Mr. Leach, feel the pressure on that one.
Good evening, Mayor Doring and City Council members and staff. My name is
Asmuth.
Paul Asmuth. I live at 141 Knoll Circle in St. Helena. My wife Meryl and I are the founders of the St. Helena Community Forest, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Since 2011, we have worked in partnership with the City of St. Helena to transform fallow, undevelopable floodway land near the wastewater treatment plant into what is now a thriving community forest with more than 2,500 native trees and pollinator shrubs along the Napa River. What was once unused land is today a place for walking, learning, reflection, and connection. It supports the vision of Walk St. Helena for connected, walkable public spaces and will provide accessible opportunities for people to experience nature along the river corridor. Beyond its recreational value, the community forest provides meaningful education and environmental benefits. Thousands of native trees and shrubs support wildlife habitat, improve air quality, sequester carbon, and contribute to a healthier Napa River corridor. Students, families, and volunteers have participated in planting and stewardship, creating a shared sense of ownership and a care for this place. We are grateful for the thoughtful work of city staff and for the council's continued engagement with the project. We were also encouraged by the Parks and Recreation Commission's unanimous approval of the concept of both a conservation easement and an expansion of the community forest. As the forest has matured, so has our shared responsibility to think about its long-term future. For that reason, we will be requesting the City Council's consideration for placing a conservation easement on the community forest with Land Trust of Napa County. This would permanently protect what has already been created while keeping the land in city ownership. and ensuring it remains a public asset for generations to come. In addition, we will be asking the council to consider expanding the community forest onto adjacent city-owned land that has been fallow for decades. This land is within the FEMA designated floodway, is not suitable for development, and will not interrupt wastewater treatment plant operations. Expanding into this area would allow for the planting of approximately 4,000 additional trees, significantly increasing habitat, shade, recreational opportunities, and climate benefits while making productive use of land that currently has limited public value. Importantly, this proposed expansion has been thoughtfully evaluated to ensure compatibility with existing infrastructure and operations. It represents an opportunity to build upon a successful partnership rather than start something new from scratch. We are also encouraged by the strong community interest in this work. Sustainable St. Helena is hosting an upcoming sold-out screening of Giants Rising at the Cameo Theater this Monday, which reflects how much residents care about forest conservation and long-term stewardship. That enthusiasm speaks not just to a single event, but to a shared vision for how St. Helena can lead by example. We appreciate the Council's consideration of these ideas and look forward to continued opportunities for dialogue, learning, and collaboration as you consider next steps. Thank you for your leadership and for your commitment to protecting the natural assets that make St. Helena such a special place.
And also to you, Mr. Asmuth, thank you for your service to our community, outstanding service to our community. All right, others?
Hi there, Elaine DeMann. This is a long overdue thank you to Mayor Doring and Council Member Deasy for joining us as we paid our respects to the magnificent Heritage Valley Oak at the corner of Pope Street and Childs Avenue with Indigenous leader Charlie Toledo. I also want to thank the city staff for bringing in Bill Pramick, Napa County's most respected consulting arborist, to confirm that indeed the tree badly infested with Mediterranean oak borer had to be taken down in order to preserve the other mature and healthy valley oaks nearby. I understand that the city plans to replace that tree with a coast live oak, but I'm hoping you can hold off on that until we have a further discussion that includes Bill Pramick's recommendation that we not give up on the valley oak and purchase a couple of young valley oak trees from a local seed source to plant at that corner. These new trees should be safe from the oak borer for many years to come, as it only seems to have an affinity for older valley oaks and not younger ones. Ideally, by the time these trees hit the century mark, tree or bug science will have found a solution to this devastating problem. I also think we have a unique opportunity at the corner of Pope and Childs to preserve and showcase our rich natural, cultural, and agricultural heritage, and should give that the careful consideration it deserves. After all, we are looking at something that ideally will be part of this community for the next 200 years. It deserves some careful thought. So I am proposing something akin to an informal public-private partnership that can move quickly on this in terms of making recommendations for what should be planted at that corner, sourcing the necessary components, exploring funding sources, and getting roots in the ground as quickly and responsibly as possible to take advantage of this wetter than average rainy season. This does not need a lot of bureaucratic overlay, which might slow things down, nor does it need to add any expense to the city's budget. I'm quite sure that the local community would be willing to take part in raising funds and or helping with ongoing maintenance if they are asked. What we do need is a wee bit of time to rally the resources we need, including local and voluntary expertise, to put together a proposed planting guide for that corner that would take into account its native heritage, its proximity to a major thoroughfare, a housing community, Miley Park, and Sulphur Creek, while at the same time avoiding any unintended consequences. This could also help lay the groundwork for future projects, including the much-needed removal of invasive species in Miley Park and the restoration of the Signorelli Barn, an important visage of our agricultural heritage. The community has shown that it cares. People just need a little guidance and a tiny kick in the rear. We need trees, we need the oxygen and the shade they provide. We need the health they bring to our soil and their capacity to pull pollutants out of the air. We need their capacity to slow down and disperse the fall of raindrops so that water is dispersed before it hits the ground and allowed to sink into the aquifer. We need the habitat they offer for wildlife, which brings joy to so many of us. At the same time, we need to be conscientious and proactive about trees that pose a fire hazard. We're at a critical time. We need to learn to coexist with our natural environment, and it will help take care of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Others?
I'm
Another?
sorry. I saw that. You could try to hide it. That's okay.
No, I was just going to refer to the public comments have been submitted in writing also, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There
Go
are
ahead, finish.
several comments from Ms. Covell and a public comment from Mr. Hall, so I want to acknowledge those that were submitted in writing. Now go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Tamara Sorensen, a St. Helena resident. I'm here tonight to ask council to exercise its lawful discretion and require a complete defensible record before acting on the Spring Grove tentative subdivision map, which
Ma'am, that topic is on our agenda, and so.
You would like
this
me to
is-
wait?
Well, it's the law. It's not
That's
my
fine.
preference. We can't talk about items that are already on our agenda.
Okay.
If
I
it's not on the
apologize.
agenda, if you can work it through, it sounds like it is on the
It's
agenda.
totally on the agenda. I
Okay.
mean, it's, yeah.
Yeah, we'll
So-
have to wait.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you for that. Appreciate your indulgence on that one. It's a little bizarre, but that is the law. Others? Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Tim Hall.
Mr. Hall, welcome.
Thank you for acknowledging my email. I did want to correct one point that Andrew Bradley had pointed out to me. In my initial email, I said it had been over a year or close to a year since there was an update on the annexation request for certain parcels to bring into St. Helena. He directed me to the December 9th agenda, and also I understand there was an April 8th agenda item where April Mitz had put together a PowerPoint. So I do want to correct my record on that. However, I do want to say that when I looked at the video and I looked at the PowerPoint for both of those council agenda items, I really found them lacking in any specificity. No deliverables were listed, no assigned responsibility for those, or a timeline on when the various components need to be completed for the annexation to move forward. So my request really stands for the City Council to add to hopefully the next agenda or a very soon agenda, my request for a detailed staff report on each deliverable required to apply for the annexation with a completion date and an overall timeline. I know that you might say, well, those deliverables need to wait until the sphere of influence and the MSR are completed. That's not true. The sphere of influence and the MSR are not a gating item for the other deliverables that need to make up the package to request for annexation. So I'd ask that things such as a resolution by the City Council of support for the annexation of the specific areas be put on the agenda and voted on. I'd ask that budget for the fees and deposits that are required by LAFCO be put on the agenda and voted by the City Council and approved. There's other deliverables such as the completion of the LAFCO application. We have no idea as a community whether the application is being worked on by the consultant Pamela Wu that was hired by the city. We'd like to have details on where the LAFCO application is and all the components of that application. Again, those don't need to be gated by the SOI. They could be completed in parallel. So again, I hope that you will consider my request to add this very important issue, I think from a financial standpoint as well as a community standpoint, to put the annexation and these details on an agenda so that the council and the community really know where we stand and what still needs to be done and what the timelines are. I know, Mayor Doring, you're meeting with Brendan Freeman, the executive director of LAFCO, tomorrow. You can verify any of my statements on that. And I also want to direct the council that February 2nd is the board of directors for LAFCO meeting. At that meeting, there won't be any status report given on the annexation because it's been on a standstill since September. The city added a number of different parcels that they wanted to be included in the SOI, which were not in the original report that the consultant worked on. And so LAFCO needs to ask the board for an additional $20,000 to complete a new statement of a sphere of influence report. So I hope people are there. I intend to be at the meeting to ask the
Please
LAFCO.
finish your comments.
Yes.
Thank you. Yep.
I hope you'll be at the meeting. I'll be at the meeting to ask LAFCO to please budget additional money so we get a correct sphere of influence report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Okay. I don't see anyone else approaching the podium. So we'll move on to item 7, reports by staff and city council, future agenda items, and AB 1234 reports. Mr. Camello, before you get started, there's a couple things on my mind that I wanted to raise to you and ask that maybe we have a discussion later with the idea that if there's capacity to do it with the staff. And one of them is the sort of proliferation of sandwich boards or A-frames up and down the corridor of 29. And I'd like to maybe have a conversation about that at some point in terms of what the enforcement is, what is allowed, what's not allowed, that kind of thing. Because it's just, I think a few is okay, then it grows, and then folks assume, well, that's the lawful course of business. I don't want to be anti-business, but I also want to be pro-pedestrian and pro-unsightly and good corridors for our community. So that's one item that I'd like to have discussed at some point. The other one is just the notion of, it's sort of floating around, and it's obviously top of mind for me. It may not be for others. I hope it is, but sort of a housing strategy or housing work plan or whatever we want to call that, something that is a distilled version of our housing element that is more practical and functional, where we can look to and go, yeah, here's what we should be doing here specifically, in more short-term kinds of ideas that we should have, and how we get that started, again, giving capacity issues in the planning department and elsewhere. Those are a couple things that are on my mind. You may give your report, but maybe you can respond to those and maybe suggest whether I'm off base here and asking for a discussion later or not.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the A-frames, we certainly can bring back an item to the council probably in second meeting in February or thereabouts. That can be done. We can provide you with some analysis and some suggestions. As to the housing strategic plan, that's a little bit more challenging because of staff capacity. That kind of work will necessarily be done by an outside consultant, but we'll still need to have to manage that process. I will discuss that with our Director of Community Development, Maya DeRosa, who's, of course, as you know, leaving us. So I'll have to discuss it with her as well as the interim that will be bringing on board, and then I can get back to you if that's okay.
That's fine. Other staff reports or?
We do have a couple items. Yeah, thank you. So we will have Eric Jensen, who coincidentally will be talking about and providing feedback and some updates as it relates to water neutrality. And so I thank Gary Rose for making his suggestion. I think it's an appropriate forum to discuss that with some analysis and some suggestions. Okay, then. Yeah. Anyway, we'll also have Mario Trevoso provide some updates as it relates to Oak Avenue construction.
Mr. Jansen, welcome. I assume. Mr. Jansen, yes? Okay. Water neutrality. Almost as good as sludge. Go ahead, Mr. Jansen. Welcome.
So Eric Jansen, Assistant Director of Public Works. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We have not been idle, and we have been working on the water neutrality policy update. As many are aware, the policy was originally enacted with Ordinance 2016-13, so in 2016. The policy required all new development to completely offset water use by installing water-efficient fixtures. And the water neutrality guideline was later adopted to define the methods by which water savings would be calculated. Now, this policy has not been updated previously. Next slide, please. So residents and developers have frequently commented on a need to update the policy, as we have also heard this very evening. Certain council members and planning commissioners have also expressed similar observations. And Public Works seeks to revise the guideline to clarify the means and methods for which residential and commercial water neutrality calculations are performed. Public Works is also updating the method for estimating landscape water use to be more prescriptive. Next slide, please. So where we are is we expect to have at the end of January a draft of the new water neutrality policy update for internal review. So this will be interdepartmental review. By February 2026, policy update will be submitted to the city attorney for legal review. By March of 2026, Public Works will present the draft policy update to the ATSC and also the Water and Wastewater Committee. April 2026, Public Works will present the draft policy update to the Planning Commission. And by May of 2026, Public Works will present the final policy update to City Council for adoption. And that is my update.
Oop. One more slide, which I
One
think
more
is
slide.
tag team.
Appreciate that. So fiscal year 27 Q1, Council adoption of Water Management Plan that details the various projects that contribute to water supply sustainability. So this will be essentially a list of projects that in lieu fees could be applied to. Fiscal year 27 Q2, develop, award, and request for proposals for water neutrality impact fee nexus study. This will help us establish a better fee schedule for the in lieu fee process. And then fiscal year 27 Q2 or 3, develop, vet, and approve the water neutrality impact fee nexus study, which would ultimately enact this new fee study or this new fee metric. Any other slides?
Any questions from my colleagues?
I have a question. Thank you for this.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Does this mean, I see how many steps there are, but an actual new water neutrality impact fee won't be in place for another year? Or was there like an interim? Is there an interim fee?
So we already have a fee calculation method built into the Muni Code, so that will
Yeah.
remain in effect
Right.
until this nexus study can be completed.
Get one more
But I think if we go
clarifying
back to
question?
the previous
Yeah.
slide,
There was an interim?
yeah, that's the interim update.
Oh, jeez. Okay, and so in the interim update, whenever, that would be in May in 4 or 5 months.
Correct.
There could be, it might not be final, but something temporary and maybe a little bit more appropriate than current.
Yes, I would put in the category of refined and components of it being more prescriptive.
So it's meant to clarify the guideline that we provide to developers on how to do the calculation. In the interim, the calculation will still rely on an equivalent retrofit cost analysis, very, very similar to what you will see later this evening for the Spring Grove project. So it will not attempt to set a specific dollar amount. That's what the Nexus study would do.
Yes.
Thank you, and just helping me understand. And so we also have some ideas on the table that are sort of have bubbled up in the Water Wastewater Committee about potential changes. Will that be able to be considered in this interim policy? No. Yes. No.
Yes, because again, this will come back to, one of the committees it'll go to will be the Water Wastewater Advisory Committee. And if there are certain things that they believe that should be approached differently in what we've proposed, then we can engage that process.
Okay. My last question: How much can be done in this interim policy, and what are the restrictions in the interim policy creation?
When you say how much can be done,
I don't know. Can we create something totally different, or is that not possible? It sounded like it has to be like very similar.
What we're trying to do right now is to keep the policy guidelines still within what we have adopted in our Muni Code. To do more, that involves going through the ordinance process. So we're trying to keep it simple for now.
which isn't insurmountable. It's, I think, to do more, I think the idea is to develop a nexus fee study that gives us the authority to tie projects to a fee. That's defensible. Certainly.
More to add to that, Mr. Comello? You're- Okay.
Well, I think, did Mr. Summers, Councilmember
I'm sorry,
Summers?
Mr. Summers, do you have a question? Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Do we know the cost of the fee? And, I see that the wastewater committee is not really involved in like the draft policy and some of this earlier stuff. What we heard, Gary bring up earlier sounded like something we want to investigate and perhaps integrate into the system, prior to getting too far ahead that we go back and cost us more for this study. Those are my questions. Cost of the nexus fee, what does this cost, this study?
Well, we don't know the cost of the study yet, because that has to be determined. And of course, it's the nexus study that will ultimately determine what fee we apply to in lieu fee projects. What we've been doing so far has been a collaboration of the Public Works Department and our consultant, West Yost.
Right.
So it remains internal and will remain internal for another 30 or so days. And then we will start bringing it forward, pardon me, for legal review. And then we begin our public review through our committees, and we'll then take into advisement
Right,
what they
from
have
there.
to say about it.
Okay.
We kind of trying to give everyone a starting point.
Yeah, and so do we have a fee range, or
No.
do we know? No?
No.
So $100 million, maybe $1,000? I don't know. I'm not sure yet.
Not even going to hazard to guess.
You're a wise man.
Water's a lot more expensive than we ever charge.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Traverso, you're up. Welcome. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Mario Traverso. I'm the project manager with Public Works. I'm also the project manager for the current Oak Avenue Utilities project. Just wanted to provide some updates, answer any questions you may have. The project, we're about 3 weeks into it. We just completed sewer installation up to Adams today. We're installing about 200 feet a day, which is significant progress. From our end, things have been going smoothly. Once we kind of got through the Mitchell to Spring area, where we have encountered a lot of conflicts, a lot of unknown stuff under the ground, having to pivot and rethink how the pipe goes in the ground. But once we got through that, things have been moving pretty smoothly. We are going to be installing a manhole in the intersection of Spring Street Oak and Adams over the next 2 days. We are coordinating with area businesses and doing our best to really get the information out there. The contractor, Argonaut Constructors of Santa Rosa, has been a partner with the city over decades, performed a lot of major infrastructure projects here. We have a really great working relationship with them. They've been courteous, flexible, very, very partnership oriented in this project. At this rate, we're looking at probably another 2 weeks to get to Madrona with the sewer, after which we're going to start working back and install sewer laterals at every property. It's going to be a challenging part of the project just because the sewer system's over 100 years old. We have to locate all the laterals, reconfigure them to the new updated geometry, and that's going to be the next phase of the project. As I've said in my updates, we're going to finish the sewer and start all over again by installing storm drains starting at Mitchell Drive all the way back up to Madrona. Once we finish that, we're going to come through and install new water pipeline from Spring to Adams. So in many ways, we're still early on in the project, but we're definitely getting good momentum. We're learning some lessons. We've had some issues with traffic control, signage, but we are responding. We're available. We have great supervision over the project, and we're pivoting as needed as best we can. It's a small team running this. It's an incredibly complicated project, aside from everything else we have going on. Also, I want to mention we're going to be starting the sewer replacement project, another sewer project here, where we're going to be replacing sewer line on Hudson, Allen, and then one section of Allison. Sewers in Allen and Hudson are over 100 years old, date from 1914, and have been identified as some of the worst condition sewers in the city. Our contractor from the pavement project's actually going to be performing that as well. They were the low bid contractor, and that project's going to begin on Monday. We're going to be doing some investigatory work. It's going to be much lower impact as the street is very wide. It's much quieter, and hopefully the oak work will be more distraction. And any questions on the projects? Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Thank you. Any word on the trees? I know there was some talk about preserving the trees, and we wouldn't know until we cut in.
Yeah.
Can you give an update? Thank you.
Absolutely. Our initial
On Oak Avenue.
Yes, on Oak.
Yeah, so once we finish all the utility work, we're going to come through. It's a separate project, and we're going to restore the whole corridor. New sidewalk, curb and gutter, new pavement. Our original approach was to remove a lot of trees, most of them. That idea got out in the community. We quickly pivoted, and now our approach is to preserve most all the trees. So I did put up a memo on the Public Works website that identifies kind of the trees that we anticipate removing. These are trees that either the property owner has kind of requested or is in concurrence with the removal due to their interference with overhead utilities and just their age. They're kind of at the end of their lifespan. And then a few, I think in total it's about 4 trees. And there's a memo on the website that has pictures of the trees, the locations, and the explanations for each of those. So saving the trees.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. All right. Other questions, comments? Oh, thank you, Mr. Treviso. Appreciate your work. Okay. Other reports, Mr. Camello? You ready to move on to presentations and public recognitions, Mr. Camello? Let you introduce the item.
Yes, we are. Well, this is,
Staff briefing.
oh,
To be clear.
What happened?
Staff briefing, just to be clear on section of agenda.
you want me to move to the next one, right?
So we're on item 8, right?
Item 9. No, nothing for item.
Nothing more on item 8.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't know there was more. Item 9, yes, thank you.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Merrill.
So
Thank you.
we'll get to staff briefings on this one. I think for the rest of the evening, we have some tough items on the agenda, so this is going to be the fun portion of the meeting. Now, I promised the hard workers here with you'll get the formal introduction by Interim Director Sylvester later on, but I'll just say Carolyn and Jean Marie have been doing the heavy lifting for the last, gosh, more than a year now. They are ably assisted by a whole bunch of other people, including, I know we have Diane Dillon here, who is the chair of, I think, the Historical Subcommittee. And what's your name again? Yeah. Cindy Warren is here. I'm teasing her. Ms. Warren gives me a hard time, so I thought I'll return the favor. Cindy Warren is the chair of the events committee. So I'll just say that they have been working very hard on putting together a whole bunch of programs to celebrate our 150th anniversary. We all need to learn to pronounce the term Sesquicentennial. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ashley Sylvester, our interim director of community services.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community members. I know everybody is here for this item, so we'll go ahead and get started on that. But as Mr. City Manager said, this is supposed to be a fun portion, so we'd like to share a little bit with you. But before I do that, we're going to be entering into a year of celebration, and I would like to, after talking to heritage and tribal members of this area, do just a quick acknowledgement of the celebration we're going to be having this year. We're going all the way back to even pre-150 years. And so we are going to be gathering on various locations on the ancestral land of the Patwin, Onasatis, Miwok, and Pomo people. And before this land was colonized and farmed like we see today, it was carefully tended by these indigenous people who were the first agriculturalists of this land and who are still here. We make this acknowledgement to show reverence and respect for Native communities, to begin to repair our relationships, to ground our own presence by reflecting on how we came to be here, and to inspire us to take meaningful action as we carry forward in the future. And so as we're gonna embark on this journey, and we're starting all the way back 150 years ago. And so March 24th, 2026, that is the 150-year mark. And so, as Mr. City Manager said, the Community Planning Committee formed in the summer of 2024, and they were tasked with the daunting task of creating a framework for this year-long series of events and programs and activities. And so, committee members have met with city staff, community stakeholders, and businesses to develop an exciting plan that we're going to share with you tonight. This plan, again, is executed to my left here by Jean Marie Wolf and Caroline Palmisano. And they're going to get up here and speak in just a couple minutes, but I want to just walk you through where we have been and where we're headed to before they get to the exciting stuff. So next slide, please. So you may have, we saw this slide a couple months ago when we gave you an update of the planning continuing, marketing plan and brand has been developed. Promotion began late last summer, and at the October Harvest Festival, we did our launch of what Sesquicentennial was going to look like with some teasers of what was to come for this year-long calendar of events and programs. So we are now ready to launch those, and we are also moving into that fundraising and sponsorship that we'll cover a little bit tonight as well. Next slide, please. And so this may look familiar, our marketing logo and tagline. We wanted to remind you because you will see this a lot this year. You're going to see this in businesses. I see this a lot at the elementary school on kids that are wearing the t-shirts that we have as well. And we do have, so you guys can match us, we do have a couple hats for you guys to take home tonight because we'd love for you guys to wear this all year long. So a vintage 150 years in the making, that is what we're going to be celebrating. So next slide, please. And so as we go through, you will see these monthly themes be a reoccurrence on social media. You'll see them with the Historical Society, at the library, at community services, just throughout the town itself. And so these are January through December. And so as we're standing here in January, let's let the year begin. In February, before we get to that celebration date and our corporation day, we are gonna again touch on before St. Helena became St. Helena. And so I won't go through all these as you guys can see here, but there are some fun themes that they have worked very hard on. Diane Dillon is here, and I know she worked adamantly on these two as well with the committee. And so we will go ahead into the next slide, please. And so this is just a little synopsis of working with the Historical Society and a calendar of items that they're going to be doing. This is not all of them. Again, just a snapshot of what you can expect to find with partners that we're working with and who are part of our subcommittees as well. So we began this last year already. So they started in September, cemetery walks featuring town founders. A council presentation was given to you, Kiwanis then and now talk. And we are now, in April, we have a Historical Society exhibit, as well as performances, some more cemetery tours. So you'll see more of that come out, but that is a snapshot of that, of just one of the many organizations who are willing to work with us and happy to work with us. Next slide, please. So that goes even more in depth of that. So at the St. Helena Public Library, there are displays that are going to be happening. These started again back in October of 2025 with a WAPO talk. And so that was kind of kicking off. And every month now, if you go into the St. Helena Public Library, you will see these different groups having some sort of display. And it's a history display to see who's been involved in St. Helena, who is still here, who we're celebrating, and who this year is really about. So this is a great display of just who's wanting to show up for the Sesquicentennial.
Who is still here?
Yeah, well,
Really?
I mean,
You sure?
we won't go into that. I did take that part out. And so we're excited for, like I said, these displays to happen. It's a great partnership with the Community Services Department and having the St. Helena Public Library Division really lead this with the Historical Society as well. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to go ahead and bring up Jean Marie and Caroline, and they're going to walk you through some of these special events. You'll see a list on here. We're going to go a little bit more in depth for you so you have a full picture of what this will look like, starting from our kickoff event, March 21st, and working our way down through September. So if I can invite them up here quickly just to go through these slides so they can show you more in depth, because this has been the endless planning from them.
Welcome, and thank you for your service and volunteerism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
I'm Caroline Palmisano,
I'm Jeannie Wolf.
my mother, and St. Helena locals. And
Yes, we'll be celebrating our 30-year anniversary this summer, so we're expecting a party.
yes,
So anyway.
we're going to tack it along with everything else. Yes. So as Ashley said, we're going to go through, kind of walk you through the year and what we have been working tirelessly on for the past year plus. So next slide, please, Andrew. The very first event, how we are kicking off this entire year, is going to be our fundraiser at the Native Sons Hall. It is called From Boot Stomping to Grape Stomping, because from where we were to where we are today, that kind of takes us all the way through. It is, like I said, a fundraiser, and our hope is from this event, we will be raising all of the money we need to put on our giant block party in September, which we will get to. It is a 21 and over event. The dinner will be done by the Odd Fellows. We will have a live and silent auction. Dustin Saylor, who performed at our summer concerts. He also performed at the GOTS anniversary party. Will be there. He's going to lead some line dancing. It's going to be a hootenanny, and we're going to have a grand time. We're going to wine, dine, and celebrate our city pride is what's going to happen that night.
Tickets are on sale. They just went live tonight.
They
And
went live about 10 minutes ago, and we've already sold 6. So get your tickets now.
so we will be out in the community soliciting different items for our auction. Local favorite, Cindy Warren, is leading up the charge with us. So we got lots of good ideas for that.
So don't run away from her when she comes for you.
And
slide,
tables will be available too, so you can bring all your friends.
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide, Andrew. Thank you, sir. Like we said, tickets are $100. We want this to be an affordable event. You know, I do have a family in this town. I want to go out and I want to be able to support and bid on live auctions and still pay for a babysitter and also be able to have a good time. So $100 for individual. You also could get a table of 8, divide it with your friends. You get preferred seating, a couple bottles of wine on your table. It'll be a great time. Potential babysitting through the Boys and Girls Club. Just asterisk that up there, if you're potty trained. Next slide, Andrew. Jeannie.
Okay, so as we all know, the actual date of incorporation was March 24th. So March 24th being in March, obviously, we don't know what the weather's going to be like, but we said we've got to make this a really big deal. So our plan is to have some type of dedication, a plaque Ideally, we'd like to have this at Lyman Park. And then one time we were talking with Kathy Buck at the Cameo, because we've really been trying to involve a lot of community members. And she had a great idea. She goes, well, why are we going to stop at that? Because our plan was, let's dedicate the plaque, let's say a few speeches, let's pass out the cake. Cindy, and we started talking, I said, well, let's make this a whole city thing. So we think that day we should have like a downtown happy hour, and we're encouraging all the businesses to stay open at least till 6. We're working on that. And each business can do its own thing. Maybe you want to serve some little nibbles in your store, or you want to have
15%
punch
off
or
discount.
something. Yes. Encouraging. Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, that'd be a great city council meeting that night.
Okay, well, that's coming, but between 4 and 6.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Have
yeah.
a few bevies, and then you'll be ready by 6 o'clock.
Exactly.
Perfect.
And like, we said,
Everything will be passed.
passed, done, good. We're hoping restaurants will have a special drink, a special menu item. We want everybody on board. We're working on some little recognition, so every store, restaurant will have like a little thing. We participate. We're part of the 150th celebration. Hotels, 15% off, special package. We're been talking to each of the different business owners, just trying to really get them excited and get some ideas, maybe strolling musicians.
The wine train is very excited. They have talked about bringing people up from Napa, dropping off in St. Helena so they can enjoy the celebration, maybe have dinner, wine train back. So really, everyone's very excited. We want this to be very community involvement. Lyman Park is where we all congregate. The summer concerts, our children play there. We drive by it almost every single day. It's the center of our town. That gazebo is so special. I grew up dancing in the gazebo as a little kid during the summer concert. So we all have wonderful memories there, and really just want to celebrate who we are, where we were, where we are now, and where we're going on that date.
Right, exactly. And Neil, didn't mean to throw the wine train in. We just got an email earlier today about,
That's
hey,
annoying.
we just heard about that. We want to get involved. So we're like, you got it. We're all getting involved. So the chamber's been great. We're working with the chamber. They're going to help us get all these businesses, because we said, you're all staying open. This is not one store. This is going to be a whole thing. So it makes it's a Tuesday night in the winter for St. Helena. Oh, I guess it's spring, actually, March 24th. Anyway, it's, it could be dreary, but we're hoping to drive some business as well as the exposure, getting people downtown, doing some shopping, having some fun. So that's March 24th. And then,
Andrew, thank you, sir. The next would be July 4th. I don't know if you knew this, but America is also having a big birthday on July 4th. America's turning 250, so they have 100 years on us, but that's okay.
but wait, before you do that. Okay, before we get to July, though, we have things with the History Committee, different talks, different lectures. Music Month is in May. We have this amazing concert that'll be featuring all different music. We just today talked to Maryvale. They might want to do a special concert and have the Historical Society there, and because Maryvale has such a storied history of how long it's been there, sunny St. Helena, so the ideas are just flowing. So every month we want to have things, maybe not parties for 5,000 people, but every month there will be something that keeps us in the loop for celebrating. Okay, there you go.
Back to the 4th of July. So, because it is America's 250th and St. Helena's 150th, we want to take what the city does for the 4th of July and just double it. Make it more exciting, get more involvement, head to the parade in the morning in Calistoga, and then everybody is coming to St. Helena. There will not be anyone in this valley that won't be in our town. So,
There you go.
Andrew,
Okay.
sir.
Where are we going next? Oh, here comes the fun. Okay. So, the fundraiser, ideally, is so we can put on this really big party. And this is going to be for everybody in the community. It costs you nothing to go. Our plan is we will have food trucks. We are asking local businesses, restaurants, the CIA to provide some type of little nibble. We're not asking someone to provide food for 2,000, but can you bring us 200 cookies or whatever. So we want total community involvement. We are hoping to have local wineries. If we all remember Cheers back in the day, someone on our committee had this amazing idea. Let's call it, Cheers was fun. Let's have Cheers to 150 years. So we think that's a great title. And we kind of want to feel that same community camaraderie, and we'll have a children's activity. We're going to have music. We'll have a stage. And so we'd love to have different performances, say the St. Helena High School band, or the chorus, a mariachi group, ballet folklorico, maybe square dancing. We hear that might be in the works that day, led by Neil. And then we'd have from 8 to 10 a big, if we raise enough money, who knows? We're setting our sights big. But
Beyonce.
no, Wonder Bread 5. Yeah, okay. Anyway, and that will be as the Harvest Festival was this year, Library Lane and Adams Street. So kind of a really safe, nice place for the community. People can wander there. And like I said, if you want to come and bring a picnic, that's great. If you want to come buy food, that's great. But we want it to be inclusive for every member of our community. It doesn't, we can just come, listen to the music, bring what we want to bring. And so we want it to be as all-inclusive as we can for the community.
Next slide, sir.
That's going to be fun.
Parade.
Parade.
Want to talk, Ashley? We'll step to the side.
Okay.
Jean.
Okay, so we're going to be finishing, because I know you guys are all very excited of what and nervous at the same time. Lots of work ahead, but this is a dynamic duo again. So parade options. So we're going to be talking about this parade in St. Helena. It's a perfect year to have a parade. We typically have the homecoming parade. So in front of you, before we get to the end where we ask you for your suggestions on this, we have two options that we presented and some pros and cons for those. So Saturday, September 5th, they just mentioned Cheers to 150 years. That is one of the options that staff has come up with. So pros for that, locals can participate. It's on a Saturday. And then the Friday, September 25th. So that is the homecoming day parade. So that by the school district, that has been decided as a homecoming day parade. And so do we tack on to that, make that parade a little bit longer? And there are some pros to that as well as some cons as well. So being on a Friday, middle of the day, around 2 o'clock it normally begins. Do we get everybody there? So that is the pros and cons you guys are going to see. So next slide, please. And so this just goes through it a little bit more. And so option one, that was the first idea that this group had come up with, that the community really said, let's tack onto it. We already have this parade, and expand it with community groups, city floats, past generations of St. Helena High School who are very much still here, Mr. Mayor. And so,
Thank you.
and so parades down Main Street, ending at Lyman Park, and I took out old school, a throwback pep rally for the homecoming game. Kind of like, I think of the movie Grease, what you see on there. You have the megaphones, not the bonfire part. You have the megaphones, you have what you see. And so just a really big pep rally before the homecoming game. So that's option one we have in front of you. And then option two, next slide, please. That's September 5th. And so we're already having a party on this day. We're having a community block party. And that is a parade with local businesses, community groups again. So same style of this parade, down Main Street and ending at Lyman Park. A community gathering at Lyman Park to really just set the tone for this party that's going to kick off at 5 p.m. with live music. And so you see music and activities, and again, that is really to drum up everything that's around the September 5th date. So those are two options in front of you. And before we ask for that, we'll go through a couple more slides here. But next slide, please. So merchandise and promotion, just where you can see this. So we have the merchandise that we sold at Harvest Festival. We have it at the Recreation Office still. We will also have merchandise at the St. Helena Welcome Center, various businesses and hotels on Main Street. And promotions will continue through our website channels, newsletters through the city, and St. Helena Chamber website. They launched this past weekend with just getting everyone excited. You may have received that email. It goes out far and wide. But you'll continue to see that on all those channels and places you might not even thought of before. Next slide, please. And so just lastly, before we kind of conclude this, is if you want to volunteer, because this sounds like a lot of fun, this is the best audience I think we could have had for this, is just how to be involved. So contact the chairs. They have a special email for this year, St. Helena 150th at Gmail. The website that they also led to create, celebratesthelena.com. This is all 150. We link to it from our city page. The chamber is currently linking to that as well, and everything will be kept up to date on there with any information needed. And then city, I'm happy to talk to you about this because I think this is a lot of fun and I look forward to it and leading my team through this as well. So please contact me and our recreation department as well. And I will convey that over to the city manager too, so he doesn't get too many of those calls. But we're happy to just be a part of this. And so with that, we have a couple questions for the city council tonight and would love to, after that slide pops back up, have discussion with council. So first would be, does the city council want a commemorative plaque installed? It's a two-part question. If so, at Lyman, we have a staff recommendation at City Hall, so we'd still love to, even if it is installed at City Hall, have the dedication ceremony at Lyman Park, have everything involved with that. If not installed there, City Hall is the staff's recommendation for that. And so, second question, should we have a parade? If so, with homecoming on Friday, September 25th, or on a Saturday, September 5th? Staff's recommendation again, yes, on Saturday, September 5th. It's a Saturday. So as you saw previously, there are pros to cons to both those days we presented to you. And this is an open-ended question for you all is, do you want to see anything else this year that maybe we didn't cover or can work into the Sesquicentennial? I know we have a lot, and that was a lot to give to you. But if there's any other ideas that you saw that I can coerce these two into making happen this year, we'd love to do it. So I would open it to discussion and questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you for all of that. Wow. Felt like 150 years went by in a flash.
I know.
Bum, sorry. Any ideas on the questions before us in terms of the plaque location? I can't really see the question, so I'm, any ideas there? I like the idea of the dedication at Lyman. I'm open to either place. City Hall seems more appropriate. There's others have an idea there about that in terms of the permanent location of a plaque.
I'd just say that City Hall does sound most appropriate. My only reservation would be where's City Hall going to be? So perhaps Lyman might be a good compromise, or we just need to be able to cash and carry it.
Okay. All right, others? All right. Well, when we get City Hall determined, a little premature to say that publicly, but, that is obviously an issue that is being discussed, so.
Yeah, so if I can, Mr. Mayor, I think we are in discussions with the Napa Valley College where we're talking about a long-term lease or something of that sort. So by March, hopefully I'll have some answers for the council.
All right.
Perfect.
And the parade, yes, sir, go ahead. I
Thanks,
apologize.
appreciate it, Mayor.
I tend to look this way a lot, and Ms. Summers.
May I suggest that, an outdoor plaque at Lyman, because I feel like the exposure and the edification of all of us, the citizens and our children, to know and learn about what this city is, where we came from, where we're going, and where we're at today. Lyman would be the best for some type of outdoor, maybe something sophisticated in stone, perhaps, that, and then at City Hall, let's have something maybe indoor, right? Indoor ready that's not so, outdoorish.
Good points. Good points. I mean, it does help for it to be seen, right? So that is a good point. Thank you, Ms. Summers. That is a good point. How about the parade tagging on to the homecoming parade, or having our own separate parade on September 5th along with the other event? Thoughts? Vice Mayor.
Well, they both sound lovely, but that homecoming parade is pretty special, and I dare you not to cry when you go. And I saw the note that it would be hard to get media there, but I wonder if that's true. I mean, it is a fantastic parade, and I also wonder about trying to do two parades quickly together might be difficult. So I was leaning towards the homecoming parade.
Summers?
I mean, two parades is always better than one, unless you're an adult that doesn't know how to have fun. I mean, you know, these guys are doing such a great job. I'm very impressed. I'm thankful. It's exactly what I've been praying for. We need to get more fun and connection in our town, more events, because it's too expensive for how unfun it is as it used to be. Just, I don't know, it felt like our community gathered more and we came together. So, you know, I'm very happy and very thankful for this fresh approach. But I mean, tacking on to another parade, having two parades, no problem. Let's celebrate. You know, I'd say, you know, two parades, 2 different days, if that's amenable, and that seems good. But the main thing is I don't want to cause any conflict amidst the community around parades or anything else. So I'm amenable to what is, you know, best case scenario. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Summers can work with either one. Mr. Barrick, I can work with either one also.
Yeah, so can I. I think this.
What's the preference, though? We need to make let's give a little bit more direction.
I think the folks putting in the work, I'd lean to their opinion more than even my own on this. But I vow not to cry at the homecoming parade. I will not.
Well, that's clear, Mr. Camello, right? You have an idea about what day? Yeah. I think we're all okay with either one. It seems to me that if you can get that September 5th parade going with participants from the various wineries, et cetera, that would be very special on its own. It'd be more work, but if you'll have to give us a sense as this goes further, how much participation there is out there in terms of folks from the Historical Society, from wineries that have the ability and capacity to make floats, do floats, invite people, take advantage of it for their own, to a certain degree, self-interest, but also for the benefit of the community. That Saturday seems appropriate more to me. That's my leaning, but you know, I'm amenable to either. So it's really hard to judge it because we don't know what the participation level is for a September 5th. My sense is if the committee can get that kind of participation, that would be a very special day also.
So let me say that it'll be easier, heck of a lot easier to just tag on to the school parade. 'Cause
I understand.
they're already doing it.
Yes.
So but I understand the value of having a separate parade that is dedicated to 250th anniversary. It could be bigger and so on. But if you wouldn't mind, let me do some homework. Let me talk to the team. They've been working on this hard. Let me emphasize, I think Carolyn mentioned use the word tirelessly. That actually is a great word to describe the kind of effort that's gone into it under their leadership.
Absolutely, I see that. Yeah.
So let me, if you wouldn't mind, work with them, work with our city staff, because if we do a parade on a different day, city staff will need to execute it. So I want to make sure that there's internal capacity to do so.
Understood. All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but we don't typically do this on presentations, but given the fact that they're asking for some guidance really from the council, I think public comment would be appropriate for this item.
That's fine. I'll open public comment if anybody has an idea. Really pointed to the questions that we're trying to answer here. That would be appropriate to hear from the public at this point. It's an evolving process, but we'd like to hear from our public, of course. Cindy Warren, thank you for your participation in this. We do know who you are, and we love you.
Thank you. I think one of the ideas with going with the homecoming parade is every year the high school has a theme, and each class does something appropriate towards that theme. So in tying in the history of St. Helena, it'd be great if the floats for each class were thematic for the history of St. Helena, which ties in the whole year. So that was our thought about the homecoming parade. Caltrans is already shutting down Main Street. It's not Labor Day weekend, which could be chaos in terms of shutting down Main Street. So that was our thought about tying into the homecoming parade. I love having all of the old people come in their Letterman sweaters that are too tight and walking down Main Street and getting more community groups to do floats, because it could be an epic parade on homecoming, which is a fun weekend anyway. Just my thought.
You make good points. The logistical issues are particularly important with Caltrans having to do that twice. That's a little daunting. Supervisor, welcome.
Former. Diane Dillon, Chair of the History Committee. It's been fabulous working with these two ladies, full of energy. I'm just going to comment briefly on the parade issue. I'm reminded of the Dr. Wood parade, having lived here 40 years, that was held a couple of decades ago, and how fabulous it was for our community. And I envision this parade being somewhat like that, where we had all the Dr. Wood babies came down the street by decade. Dr. Wood being a longtime family physician here in town, and he's why we have the library we have.
Indeed.
So he and his wife. So that's how that's what I think this will mean for the community. And I just wanted to take a second to alert you to two specific events that are happening just around the corner. And one is not directly related to the 150th anniversary celebration in terms of being one of its events. But you all may be familiar with Chinese in the Napa Valley, written by John McCormick of the McCormick family, McCormick Ranch, a descendant. There were only two really significant Chinese communities in St. Helena and Napa. And so the film Chinese in the Napa Valley, which has just been produced, will be airing at the Cameo on Monday, February 2nd at 5 p.m. And I would urge everyone to attend and support that effort. And so a very important event coming up. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that we have a fabulous museum, open the first Saturday, very low attendance. I hope that everyone here will be doing whatever they can to support it, to take their guests who come from out of town to the museum, and the RLS Museum, also clearly related to St. Helena history, and of course to the Bale Mill, open on weekends. And I just want to say that our history, this is public history that we're celebrating. It's all of our history, and there's not enough time in the day for school teachers to add that to their curriculum. So this is a really good opportunity for all of us to share that, and that's the purpose of the various events related to history that we'll be having, is so that we can all learn together about our public history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. All right. Other comments, questions? One thought I'd have, it's a very basic thought, but something that's I think would be worth pursuing is highlighting the existence of the Signorelli barn without doing anything to the Signorelli barn, just having that as a place for people to look at, and I would maybe suggest like lights or something over a time where you can just see that over a couple months where people can go, oh yeah, that's a pretty cool barn. You know, it obviously needs a lot of work, and that's another project for another day, but it would emphasize the existence of it, the importance of that barn, and maybe there could be a talks about who the Signorelli family were, I don't know, like that kind of thing. Just a thought there that I'd have. Could be a nice place for photo ops and that kind of thing. I don't know the logistics of that, or if that's a public safety issue or those kinds of things. Of course, we have to look at those things. But just putting lights on a barn, you know, hopefully that would be something we can do. But I don't know. Anyway, more, Ms. Sylvester? Okay. Wow. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Thank
All
you
right.
for
thank you.
all
Thank you.
your
Thank
time.
you all. Okay. All right. Now we need to catch up. All right. We're on to 10, right? Consent calendar, right? All right. All right. I know some folks will quietly leave, and we're getting on to some of the main themes of our meeting. We're on our consent calendar, and I'll just read the little preamble to the consent items. Members of the council or the public present at the meeting may ask that any items be considered individually for purposes of considering alternative action, for extended discussion, or for public comment. Unless that is done, one motion may be used to adopt all recommended actions. So at this point, I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any items that you wish to have pulled for further discussion. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would pull 10.6 where there's public comment.
Okay, 10.6 will be pulled. Note that there's some public comments on that item from Mr. Smithers and Ms. Wheaton. Others? I don't see any others. I'll look for a motion. I'll look for a motion now to adopt the balance of the consent calendar, and then we'll take up 10.6.
I make a motion to, approve the balance of the consent calendar minus 10.6.
I'll second.
Okay, I'll have a roll call, Mr. Bradley. There's a motion to adopt the calendar with the exception of 10.6, which we'll take up after. And there's a second by, was that Mr. Barrett? All right, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Deasy,
Yes.
Councilmember Barrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Summers,
Yes.
Mayor Doran.
Yes. All right, item 10.6, we'll have a brief staff report, and then we'll go from there. Mr. Mello, you can introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is the one of the items that we have brought forward because normally we would fill in a vacant position, but early in the year, the council made a policy decision to require that staff, and we have vacancies, to bring it to the council for approval. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Kellogg for her quick information on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and council
Good evening.
members.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of what the report is on. And this staff report is to request authorization to recruit to fill an Assistant Director of Public Works. This is a vacant position. It was previously titled Deputy City Manager, and it has been vacant since September of this year, or actually 2025 now. This position is a critical position that oversees our public works operation, and the funding for this position is already in our existing budget. And I can answer any questions you may have.
All right. Before I open it for public comment, any initial questions from my colleagues? None. All right, I'll open the matter for public comment. Again, I'll note that we received written public comment from Mr. Smithers, Ms. Wheaton, anyone else here wishing to comment on this item. All right, I'll bring it back for council discussion. Anything else to add to that, Mr. Camello, to the report? To give us a little bit more color on the need here.
Yeah, so this position has the largest number of direct reports or team in the city. So it's a critical position, as Ms. Kellogg pointed out. They essentially do all the work that are external to the city, external to the office, if you will, in Public Works. We currently have, out of our, I would say, top 12 executive mid-manager positions, we have 5 vacancies, essentially 5 people less than we had last year. So the capacity of the city's executive team and senior leadership to get work done is severely curtailed as a result of these vacancies, and filling this vacancy will enable us to move forward on many projects.
So it's I don't know if the distinction is clear to the public at home and here. So this is a vacancy and not a new position necessarily. It's already funded, correct? That's important to note.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, and so we're also at the same time embarking on a modernization study, efficiency studies, comp and class studies. When those results come back, that will not preclude us from taking a look at this position again, depending on the result of that study, correct?
Correct, and the study, my guess is that it's going to come before the council probably as early as March, and if we begin the recruitment, say in February for this position, we won't have filled it until at least May. So we have that opportunity to address, pivot if necessary. And further, I don't really see any how we could not have this position in the way it's configured. So, but I could be surprised.
All right. Okay, other comments or, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the agenda item and the public comment. I also really appreciate, I think, the opportunity we have before us with this efficiency and business transformation study. Thank you for being the one to champion it. And I think that it seems not that far off that the results that we'll have our kind of final report. And I think it's because it's such an important role is sort of my reasoning for why my sense is that it might make sense to hold off. Not to say that the role won't exist, but more clarity around the skills and what exactly it looks like might be helpful. In the scheme of things, those few months doesn't seem like a long time, because hiring is really important, and once someone's here, right, we don't get to change our mind. So that was what I was thinking.
Other perspectives or concurrence on Vice Mayor Deasy's points?
My view is I think Vice Mayor Deasy brings up an excellent point. I think we all collectively, including, I think it's safe to say you, Mr. Camello, want to see the modernization and efficiency study and make sure that we're measuring twice and cutting once. I don't necessarily see this as incompatible with that, with the long timelines to hire. Would it make sense to potentially, as a compromise, approve this so they can get a jump on what they think is a critical position, start the hiring, but have a gate that, hey, the modernization study will come out before the hire goes in?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. I see that point. But I'm wondering if the job description might look different after the modernization study in terms of the sort of here is what we're hiring for. My own experience with that is getting that piece right makes all the difference in who is responding.
To the Vice Mayor's point, any insights into what this job is targeted for?
Yeah, we can
that you
describe
can
it.
share.
And I'd like to have Assistant City Manager Leach opine as well. The functionality of this position encompasses our operations team in Public Works, which means all the individuals that work on the underground, our trees, parks, our facilities, essentially our roads, essentially our outdoor crew.
Is your mic on? Or you can pull it closer, please.
Sorry about
I'm
that.
having a difficulty.
My apologies.
Okay, that's right.
Thank you. So it is in fact a critical position for us. I like your compromise because it allows us to begin the recruitment. It takes about 4 to 6 months. I don't think I would be shocked, in fact, if we don't have the position configured kind of like we have it. The Assistant Public Works Director job description is quite broad. And I frankly shudder to think what will happen to staff if we keep so many positions vacant. It's having an impact on staff. This project's not getting done. There's lack of direction because there's a huge vacancy in the critical position. It's putting burden on existing staff and so on. With that, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Mayor, council members, for the discussion. I think what I think we've been experiencing with the departure of the previous staff member who operated at a very high level, produced a lot of work, engaged in a lot of arenas, both regulatory compliance, as well as ushering what we call operational capital projects. They're not specifically part of our CIP program, but they're capital projects that need to take place because of operational need. And so a lot of those projects are kind of on pause because we don't have somebody that can administer those projects from conception to fruition. So, which has an impact on our operations. So that to say, I mean, we know that it takes a while to go through the recruitment and onboarding process. I would submit that we're suffering from the vacancy and trying to navigate that.
Thank you. I just want to say I totally understand that, and I agree with it. I guess I'm still leaning towards just waiting to get it. But I don't want to suggest that it's not an important position or that we're not suffering, or that some projects aren't happening. I'm just thinking about that sort of exact position and being supremely confident in it. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Could I say something, Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course.
What has the typical average hiring cycle been with the city thus far in your two's experiences?
When you say cycle, I think you mean the length of
Like how,
time?
what's it look like, from
Yeah.
starting to try to hire, interview, process, and we
So-
get someone? Is it,
For an executive position, it's anywhere from 4 to 6 months, I would say. So in this case, we'll need to bring our executive recruiter on board and begin to prep that person. I think we have that we've been working on it. But we'll essentially won't be able to open the job for recruitment until at least mid-February at the earliest. And the report that Vice Mayor Deasy is referring to, the Blackbird
March.
study, is going to be March. So we will be able to put a pause on this if we don't want to proceed with the hiring in May or June.
yeah, I'm just concerned we're missing so much staff. I love that we're surviving without them. However, at this point and juncture, I'm in favor of what Aaron suggested, that we, sort of slip the knot a little bit, hand in the glove technique, you know what I mean? Just get somebody, begin the hiring process. We have the modernization, template that comes out, and we still have time to adjust and pivot, but we're not so far back on the road that it's going to take another 5 or 6 months to get us into becoming efficient under the modernization program, right?
All right. Seems appropriate to have a motion one way or another, so I'll entertain a motion. Looks like
I'll make a motion.
Yep.
I make a motion in favor of hiring somebody and get us on track, but we hold off and reconvene here in this council or whatever deemed necessary prior to the, let the modernization come out, sort of just like Aaron had presented. Is that okay, Ethan?
Is the compromise clear
I'll
to
second
the
that.
staff? Is it clear to,
It is, but I wondered whether the maker of the motion and the second would consider kindly to give us to support staff recommendation as is, and I will check in with the mayor in March or April, and then we'll either pause the project if not, rather than having to come back to council with another staff report. That's what I would recommend.
But Councilman Barak, any thoughts on what our fair city managers spoke to us in regards to this motion?
I'm not sure I'm tracking it completely, but
I'm
it
not
looks
either.
like our mayor, not tracking either. Mr.
I think the motion is to go forward with the recruitment process, but to also be amenable to shifting once that modernization report comes out in March, right? That's how I understood
Exactly,
it.
yeah.
That's fine, sorry.
And
I
there's a second on
misunderstood.
that, right, Mr. Barrett? Okay, now there's a motion and a second, now a discussion, Vice Mayor Deasy, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I see the potential efficiencies, and then I also see the potential inefficiencies, because if that job, it does take a lot of energy and actually money to hire that executive recruiter, to hire on a specific set of skills and competencies. And then if it changes, I think we're going to need to pay the executive recruiter more to put out a different job description and rehire. That's my concern. That's where I'm coming from.
All right. Understood. There's always unknowns out there, and there's potential landmines. I think the need is so critical. I think that the staff has made an important point about it. I think it's kind of difficult when you're undergoing these studies. You don't know what the outcome is going to be, but yet you still have to operate as a government. You still have to govern. You still have to kind of look at and trust your staff to go, we have a critical need here, and things are in critical areas. Projects are not moving along as quickly as they should. But I do recognize your point. There will be a potential additional burden if we make a huge shift with the modernization study. I guess that's a risk that I'm willing to take at this point. Other comments or?
I agree with you, Mayor.
All we have a motion and a second. We'll have a roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Councilmember Summers,
Yes.
Councilmember Barrick,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Deasy,
No.
and Mayor Doing.
Yes. That motion passes 3-1. We'll see what happens in March. Ms. Camello? All right. Okay. Now it looks like we are on to, everybody good to go forward a little further with at least one public hearing before we take a break? All right. We're on to item 11.1. This is consideration and proposed approval of a resolution approving the annexation of property known as 1380 El Bonita Avenue, St. Helena, into the St. Helena Municipal Sewer District, number 1, MSD annexation number 153.
Mr. Mayor, the Assistant City Manager Leach will be making the presentation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Camillo and Mayor and Council, public. This is kind of a relatively routine thing that we do, seems like almost on a monthly basis, whether we're seeking for scheduling a public hearing or actually conducting the public hearing for a sewer annexation. And so we'll proceed. This particular address in question is 1380 El Bonita Avenue. And again, as a reminder, these are requests that are made by the property owner themselves. This is not an action that the city is initiating. So we'll proceed to the next slide. And the scope is really kind of delineated and detailed out in the municipal code. We do have a St. Helena municipal sewer district. It requires an annexation process to participate. All the costs associated with both connection and extension of sewer mains are borne by the applicant and property owners. And so this kind of explains that process a bit. Next slide, please. The highlighted quasi-parallelogram in the upper left on your screen is the property in question, 1380 El Bonita Avenue. Next slide. Oh, thank you for that bouncing red ball. So the recommended action before you is adopting a resolution such that 1380 El Bonita Avenue, St. Helena, and the associated assessor parcel number is annexed into the City of St. Helena Municipal Sewer District number 1, and that's Municipal Sewer District Annexation number 153, and the applicant is Vale Miller Jr. And with that, I will field any questions you might have.
Initial questions from my colleagues, clarifying questions? All right, let me open the public hearing and invite public comment on the matter. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Any concerns, questions, comments, motions?
I'll make a motion to adopt the staff resolution.
All right.
Second the motion.
Motion and a second to adopt the staff's recommendation on the resolution. Roll call, please. Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Barrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Summers,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Deasy,
Yes.
Mayor Doing.
Yes, that motion passes unanimously. Welcome to the sewer district. All right. Okay, on to item 11.2, introduction and waiver of first reading of an ordinance to implement the tri-annual California Building Standards Code adoption, modifying Chapter 15 of the St. Helena Municipal Code to make certain local amendments. And I know that you're just chomping at the bit to report on all these wonderful updates by the state of California and locally. Welcome.
Yes, Philip Henry, Chief Building Official for the city. Every 3 years, the state adopts and publishes a new building code series. So it's mandated that every city and county in the state enforce these codes at the beginning of the year. So the 2025 code that is in print now is mandated to be enforced as of January 1st, and we are enforcing that currently. So this is more the formality to adopt the code, and we generally have amendments that we can make the code more restrictive. We are not doing that this year. The state actually passed a law that prohibited any new local amendments regarding residential construction. So we have really didn't have any pressing issues that we felt we needed to address through local amendments. So basically, we're carrying over our current local amendments. We cleaned up some language on some existing and made less restrictive one item regarding submittal of fire sprinklers. But basically, we're just adopting the state code as written. And
All right.
take any questions from there.
Talk a little bit about, I'll open it for public comment here in a second. I know folks may want to weigh in, but a little bit about just remodels and some of the code sections that it may have changed that in terms of appliances, electric appliances, gas appliances, those kinds of things. What is generally allowed and what is not allowed, those kinds of things on remodels as opposed to new construction, which I fully understand.
Right. So the state has tightened up the metrics for the energy code. So that is the issue. It makes it very difficult to install any gas appliances under the new code. There still is a way to do it, a path forward, because there's been some recent lawsuits, I believe in Berkeley, and now we're seeing a few other communities where the federal government is saying you can't ban gas outright. And so as a result, the code does not outright ban a gas appliance, but you have to perform your way out of it. And so you can by adding additional solar PV or energy storage batteries. And so you can still install gas appliances. And it really doesn't affect remodels too much because in most cases there's already gas in a structure, for example. But this is mostly affecting new construction. But I suppose if somebody did a large addition where they were adding in several new appliances, that might affect them. But there still is a pathway forward to get the gas appliances. It's just making it more difficult.
All right. Thank you for that explanation. Unless there are other questions or comments, I will open the public hearing and take comment from anybody who wishes to comment now. I thought Mr. Leong may have had a hand wave, and he does. Welcome, Mr. Leong.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to propose an amendment to the St. Helena Building Code, specifically to address what is about to descend upon the city of St. Helena, is the urban building type of townhouses. Very dense buildings squeezed into very small properties. My recommendation would be several, that we make amendments to the St. Helena Building Code that would address these particular projects that may be more than 30 units, or we'd come up with some objective standard where a different set of building codes will kick in, specifically dealing with fire. So St. Helena, as a small rural community, has not dealt with the urban building type of 3-story buildings squeezed together with common walls. I don't think our fire department has much experience in those types of construction. So 2 things I would like to propose. In terms of a project that may be over 2 stories or over 30 units, we'd come up with some objective requirement. I would suggest that projects like that would have a third-party fire protection expert to look at the project and approve it, rather than relying on local fire department experience that does not exist in St. Helena. The other proposed amendment would be that the fire protection system for these projects not be deferred to the permit, but projects of this nature requires a fair amount of water if the sprinkler system is going to work, more fire hydrants, and you can't rely on making that determination at permit because that's actually too late. if for some reason they don't have enough water supply to address all the sprinklers, at permit time, it's too late to make any determination whether that's adequate or not. So I'd like to make sure that amendments be made to the upcoming building type that's about to be introduced to our small town. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, public comment? Okay, I will close the public comment. Mr. Walsh, that seems, although interesting, it's the first I've heard about it, probably not properly agendized, and would take a fair amount of research. I mean, if the expectation is to make that amendment tonight, I think I would not feel comfortable doing that. But what say you, Mr. Walsh?
No, that's not really agendized, and the state law pretty severely circumspects the deviations that we can make from the state building codes. This is really something that is developed by the state and kind of imposed down on the city. We have the limited ability to make some changes to address specific kind of geological issues and things like that that pertain specifically to our city. And we have made some, in some instances, rules that would apply in high fire zones if there's significant risk of subsidence, things like that. The building official is likely better to speak to those than I am, but we are very limited in our ability to make deviations from the state codes. I'm happy to provide a memo on that. We could bring it back for discussion, and you could consider whether you want to do it, but you do have limited discretion there.
All right. Thank you for those comments. Any other questions or comments before we look for a motion to adopt a staff resolution to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance to implement the triennial California Building Code Standards Code adoption and modifying Chapter 15 of St. Helena Municipal Code to make certain local amendments?
Just a comment.
Please.
It looks like the great state of California at the state level is tightening.
What state were you born in?
Washington.
Welcome to the great state of California.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looks like the noose is tightening, continues to tighten at the state level, tying our hands from what we can and can't do, including, it looks like, gas appliances to a certain extent. That seems to be a trend, and I think we have some agenda items that are going to also shed more light on this unfortunate state of affairs.
All right. Other questions or comments? I'll look for a motion if that is appropriate at this point.
Can I ask one more clarifying question?
Sure.
So I think what I heard is that Mr. Leong's comments are well taken, but the general legal advice is that it is not very likely to be possible. Is that what I heard?
That's my belief. I don't want to give you definitive advice just off the cuff, but yeah, that's
likely.
what I think is very likely.
Thank you.
I just would like to make a comment, too, that the code has a very robust chapter on fire separation requirements, and state law does prohibit us from making it more restrictive. So, but it completely addresses all fire and life safety issues, so there should be no issue with that.
All right. All right, somebody probably will need to make a motion here. Do we move along? Do you want to make a motion, or do you have other comments on the
Just
matter?
other comment.
Of
I mean,
course.
I just,
Yeah, of course.
It's incredibly expensive to live in California. So many people can't afford it, and I feel like we're veering on the edge of classism when we don't want this. And if we gotta have it because we can't stop it, let's make it as beautiful as we can and embrace the people and, this new growth. Because one thing we can't stop is change, but we can embrace it or do our best to navigate it together. I don't have all the answers, but together we do. So It's just, remember, we're all on the same team, even though I forget some days.
Well said, Mr. Summers. Appreciate that.
Oh,
We opened the public comment and we closed the public comment. That would have been the time to do it. If it's a critically important issue that is really on your mind and you really want to say it right now, I can open the public comment and allow you to do that, and I will do that. Go ahead. But you have to do the podium and don't, yeah, just a short period of time here.
Very short.
Okay, thank you.
This gentleman over here said he didn't believe, he made the comment he didn't believe that there was anything we could do about it.
That's what he said.
Right. So,
But he's prepared to do a memo. This is the first time the issue has been brought to him.
Okay.
It's a legal issue that he would have to study, I think is what he's saying.
I think that's important. I think it's very important that any legal issue be studied and that it also be on the record for residents to be able to read and to be able to feel trust and confident that it has been investigated, because I am one resident who truly doesn't believe that all our hands are tied from SB 9 and 10 and from the state level. I know that we have a lot of issues that.
Ma'am, we're not talking about SB 9 and 10 right
I
now.
know
We're
that,
talking
but
about.
I'm just talking on a
Okay.
macro basis.
Okay.
That
Understood.
we need to just investigate.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will close the public comment now, bring it back to council.
I'm ready to go ahead and make a motion to, I don't know how to say this one, for the introduction and waiver of the first reading of the ordinance to implement the triennial California Building Standards Code adoption and modifying Chapter 15 of the St. Helena Municipal Code to make certain local amendments. And I wanted to say that I do appreciate the comments, but I think sometimes when the answer is so likely, then I'm comfortable moving forward.
All right. But it'll be interesting to look at. One of the things that I'm will be interested to look at is those times when you would want to call in a third party. That would be interesting. And, that's a touchy issue. I'm not suggesting that our staff does not have the qualification to do that, but it would be interesting at some point to determine, okay, are there times when we need to have a third party take a look at that? Not before us really right now, but it's something, unless you had something to say about that right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we do have the qualifications with staff, but what happens
Okay.
is when large projects come in, we generally do farm them out to third party just because we don't have the bandwidth.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Thank you. There's a motion. I'm not sure if there was a second or not on the matter.
I'll second.
All right. So there's a motion and a second. Thank you, council members. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Deasy,
Yes.
Councilmember Barrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Summers, Mayor Doring.
Yes, that motion passes. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 8 o'clock. All right, we're going to reconvene our meeting. We're on item 11.3. Sure, that's why most of you are here, although there's some folks here from Little League also, so it'll be interesting. We're going to get the PowerPoints ready to go. I know that Mr. Camello is going to introduce the item, although he's taking a bite right now. I know he's going to turn that over to our staff and consultants, but I'll let you do that, while we're getting the PowerPoint ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It goes without saying that, as we discussed the previous item, the state of California has, in fact, implemented a variety of rules, and it's most complex in the housing arena. These rules bring several different kinds of threats and risks to the city. We all say we want housing, but with the current environment of the state, localities have been bearing the brunt of the risk associated with construction. With that, I'll turn it over to Director DeRosa for her comments before our consultant will make a presentation.
Thank you. Welcome. Happy New Year, Director.
Thank you. Happy New Year, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be here tonight. This is a very important milestone for the community of St. Helena, and also the implementation of our housing element. The subdivision at Spring Grove has been something that our department, as you know, have been navigating this past year. And on the heels of the comments from City Manager Camello, I do understand that growth can be difficult for small communities like St. Helena. I really appreciate the work of City Ventures and their whole team to stay engaged with the community since the project first went public about this time last year on January 21st in front of the Planning Commission. The stakeholders have given their candid feedback to staff, the applicant, and Planning Commission. In the midst of this, we've had to ensure that we are bringing forward a project compliant with changes to state housing laws. Staff's presentation today will share important project background and how the project complies with the Subdivision Map Act, the General Plan, and zoning, and we welcome your feedback as well as the public in attendance this evening. Also have to thank Mr. Janicek, who has been very steadfast since the incept of the project being submitted. He's our contract planner, and he will be presenting the item. We also have staff from the fire department, the building department, and public works department to assist with questions following the presentation. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Janicek.
Thank you. Welcome. Happy New Year. Here we are again.
Happy New Year. Good evening, Mayor Doring, and thank you, Director Droza, for the introduction, and good evening, council members. My name is Mike Janicek. I am a senior planner consulting with M Group, and I'm here to present the staff report for Spring Grove for the vesting tentative map and water neutrality in lieu retrofit fee. An overview of my presentation this evening. I'll provide project background, go over the scope of work for the tentative map, summarize public outreach and public meetings to date, provide staff's analysis against the applicable standards of review, and provide staff's recommendation. Here's an aerial of the project location. It's located on Spring Street in between Stockton Street and St. James Court. It consists of 3 parcels, 1505 Spring at the front of the site, 1447, one of the 2 rear properties, and 1515 Spring. They comprise a total of 2.53 acres. And as you can see by the inset map, it is centrally located a couple blocks from Main Street. Some photos of the site. Looking from Spring Street, you can see the existing home at 1505, as well as the driveway for 1515. There's the existing ranch home at 1515 with some private landscaping and area, and then there's also existing vegetation on the site, and then this is looking towards the creek that's located just off site to the south. Here's a plan view of these existing conditions. So you can see the home at 1505, the home at 1447, and the home at 1515, as well as some driveways and gravel areas. There's some overhead wires, power lines, as well as the existing vegetation, mainly clustered in between the two homes, as well as adjacent to the creek. And there are some accessory structures as well. There is a shed located here, I believe, and also a shed here, and then there's a garage accessory structure as well. Excuse me, City Clerk, thank you. Go back one more slide, thanks. Also wanted to mention the existing homes are vacant, and there are no existing deed restrictions on the properties for affordability. Next slide, please. The existing, so the general plan land use designation is predominantly high-density residential. There is a portion of the site that is within the medium-density residential designation, and that is a small portion. That is the 1505 property. The site is also identified as Housing Element Opportunity Site 9, and it has a anticipated build-out of 68 units in the housing element. And here's the implementing zoning map. It implements the general plan land use designations, and they correspond exactly. So the HR zone corresponds with the high density residential land use, and same with the MR with the medium density residential land use. Because all of the buildings are sited on the HR portion, which comprises 95% of the site, HR development standards apply to the project. Also, it's worth noting that multifamily dwellings are allowed uses in both the MR zone and the HR zone. The next the next couple slides, I'll summarize the required entitlements for Spring Grove. So before you this evening is the vesting tentative map, which there's a draft resolution in your packet as attachment 2. This is for the 41 airspace lots for condominium purposes. Planning Commission recommended City Council approve the tentative map by a vote of 4-0 at the December 2nd public hearing. And you'll see also in your, and the executed Planning Commission resolution is in your pack as attachment 3. No appeals were filed. And then also, please note condition of approval number 49 in the draft resolution for the map. There's a contingent approval for authorization by City Council of the water neutrality in the retrofit fee, which is included as attachment 1. Next slide, please. The demolition permit was unanimously approved by Planning Commission on December 2nd. There were no appeals. And there's also a administrative level ministerial approval for the minor design review, which was issued by the Community Development Director on November 21st, and no appeals were filed. There will also be 2 future actions by City Council at a later date for the final map, as well as the affordable housing agreement. As City Manager Camelo alluded to, there are some key state laws that apply to this project. One being SB 330, which is an amendment to the Housing Accountability Act. It allows developers to vest zoning and objective design standards and fees with a preliminary application. Spring Grove submitted a preliminary application on November 21st, 2024. It also limits the number of public hearings for a locality to review the project to 5. This is the second public hearing for this project. And it importantly, it prohibits a local government from disapproving or reducing the density of a qualifying housing development project based upon subjective standards. The project is also subject to Assembly Bill 130, which was adopted just this past summer and went into effect on June 30th, 2025. This made significant modifications to the California Environmental Quality Act and created a new statutory exemption under CEQA, under PRC Section 21080.66 for infill housing developments that meet certain conditions. Some of these criteria include the project is less than 20 acres, is within an urbanized area, and not located on a wetland or within an earthquake fault zone. So the project is eligible for this statutory exemption, which does limit the scope of the environmental review. And that eligibility analysis is included in your packet as attachment 9. Now I'll present the scope of work for the map. The map proposes 41 lots for condominium purposes. These would be airspace lots, so you don't see them delineated on the screen. And you have, if you can follow my cursor, you also have a lettered lot, parcel A, which would contain the riparian corridor not for development. This would fully incorporate the required 25-foot waterway setback. It'd actually exceed it and provide a 30-foot buffer for the creek. There's also a 28-foot wide emergency vehicle access easement that is coterminous with the private streets, and those would also contain utility easements as well for those private utilities. And the private utilities, all utilities on site would be privately owned and maintained. And these include an 8-inch fire water line, a 4-inch domestic water line, and 6-inch private sewer lines with 6-inch laterals to each unit. There would also be a network of storm drain facilities and 2 bioretention facilities, one located here at the adjacent to the southern boundary, and then one at the rear, along the rear property line. And that would treat stormwater from paved areas and the roofs, and then all that water would be pumped up back to the public right-of-way in spring into the city's public network. As previously noted, there was a ministerial approval for the minor design review that was issued by the community development director in November of last year. And the zoning code section 1705-080B2 allows new multifamily development consistent with applicable development and design standards provided in 1716-040, which are the objective design standards. Projects that meet those standards are allowed to utilize a minor design review procedure. And this approval was for the site amenities and landscaping, which are not under review and not under the purview of the council this evening. Next slide, please. Also included the facade elements and the architectural details. These are things that are regulated by those objective design standards in 17-030-040. Now I'll summarize in the next 3 slides the public outreach and public meetings to date. So there was a study session on January 21st, 2025. It wasn't required to be noticed, but the applicant or the city did notice it as it would any other public hearing. And this meeting did not count against this is a voluntary meeting by the applicant, not a requirement, so it did not count against the 5 hearing limit. There were 16 public comments at this meeting expressing concerns regarding community character, noise, site layout, fire access, affordability, building height, tree removal, traffic, stormwater management, architecture, neighborhood outreach, flooding, and preservation of the riparian corridor. Planning Commission also provided feedback on some of the earliest design iterations and on the following topics: screening from surrounding residential uses, neighborhood outreach, circulation, fire access, preventing off-site glare, providing smaller units, providing community gardens. And the applicant did provide revisions to the design, and those are summarized in attachment 10. And another outcome of that study session meeting last January, a year ago, was the consensus from both Planning Commission and the public to have a neighborhood meeting, and the applicant held a community open house in February of last year. It was sort of an all-day event, and at least 75 community members attended. This project had its first public hearing about a month ago, December 2nd, with the Planning Commission. It was noticed in the Napa Valley Register and mailed to property owners within 300 feet. Written comments are all on the agenda page for that meeting. There was also 8 members of the public that provided testimony at the December 2nd hearing and expressed concerns regarding calculation of the density, stormwater management, fire access, tree removal, water neutrality, affordability levels, flooding, public participation during the housing element cycles, habitat protection, completion of the project, and historic preservation. And as I mentioned, Planning Commission had 2 unanimous decisions. One was to approve the demo permit, and the other was to recommend council approval of the tentative map. And for this hearing, again, notice was published in the newspaper and mailed to owners within 300 feet. The written comments are on the agenda page, and there are also responses to public comments provided in the staff report on pages 13 and 14. Here's a summary of the concerns raised in public comments. Regarding downzoning specifically, there are no zoning map amendments proposed with the project that would reduce the development yield of any of the existing parcels. And then also I wanted to revisit and reiterate the topic of calculation of residential density as defined in Chapter 1732. The measurement is based on gross lot area. And so if you were to net out, hypothetically, if you were to net out some areas, you would have the effect of increasing the density calculation, and therefore the project would be more to the midpoint of the allowable range, and therefore in further compliance with the requirement. Also, staff did update the required allowable density, and it accounts for the 0.14 acre MR parcel. And this is used commonly for proposed subdivisions that cross zones. And so it's calculated using a weighted average. And because the MR parcel only accounts for 5.5% of the overall project site, it has a negligible effect on the required density. And so the required allowable density is 15.5 units per acre to 27.3 units per acre, which has an effect of reducing the minimum by 0.6 units per acre and the maximum by 0.7 units per acre. Again, this actually has the effect of bringing the project into further conformance with the requirement because it's not as close to the minimum allowed. Now I will provide staff's analysis against the required standards of review. The next slide, I'll get into the water neutrality requirements, but Municipal Code Municipal Code Section 13-12030 governs the water neutrality requirements. That's administered by Public Works. General plan consistency is in your packet this evening as attachment 7. And also there are 2 tentative map findings, and they also include consistency or compliance with applicable zoning standards. Again, the objective or the base zone standards are 17-16030. Those are the HR standards. And so I'll start with general plan. The project is consistent with the general plan, and staff is able to make all applicable findings. I won't go into read through them verbatim, but I'll summarize here. So for general plan, the residential development of the housing element opportunity site utilizes lot consolidation of smaller parcels to encourage larger scale development. That's consistent with Housing Implementation Program H-ZZ. The project also provides a continuous network of pedestrian walkways, differentiated crosswalks, and short-term and long-term bike parking. It also proposes an all-electric project with solar panels and EV-ready garages, and it retains 19 native trees and plants an additional 59 trees, including 24 native tree species. No, you could, stay on the slide. And so for the tentative map findings, the proposed subdivision complies with minimum lot dimensions and applicable building setbacks of the HR zone per St. Helena Municipal Code Table 17-16030 and the lot design requirements of the subdivision code section 16-32050. And also for the second finding, the majority of units are oriented to provide southeastern solar exposure, and the majority of units would allow for prevailing up valley breezes to provide natural cooling in front and if front and rear doors were opened. Next slide, please. So, or no, you could go back one. Thank you. And so these are the findings verbatim that I summarized in the previous slide. They're just on here for the record to have them in writing. And for water neutrality, again, this is administered by Public Works. There are no specific findings that need to be made, but the process is governed by, this is pursuant to section 1320-030. City Council has the authority to approve the water neutrality in lieu fee. The fee estimate is calculated in the water neutrality report in attachment 11. Public Works has reviewed the fee estimate and has accepted the estimate calculation. And again, condition of approval number 49 in attachment 2, which is the draft resolution for the tentative map, makes the map approval contingent upon approval of the fee authorization. Next slide, please. The environmental review, as I previously mentioned, the city has determined the project is statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code section 21-08066. This is the new infill housing development exemption, and the full eligibility analysis is provided in attachment 9. Next slide, please. Also just wanted to highlight again, there are a couple other actions that would still need to occur before building permit submittal. So the final map would need to be approved, as well as the affordable housing agreement, and both of those are city council actions. And with that, staff recommends city council adopt the attached resolution authorizing the applicant to pay the water neutrality in lieu retrofit fee, as well as adopt the attached resolution in attachment 2 to adopt the tentative map pursuant to a statutory exemption under PRC 21-08066. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Also, the applicant is in attendance with some of the design team, and they have a presentation prepared as well.
All right. How long is the presentation, roughly? 5 to 10. All right, that's fine. My colleagues first, are there any initial clarifying questions about anything that's been said so far or that's in the report? I don't want to get into an extensive discussion right now, but if there's anything that needs clarifying. I have a couple questions that I need clarified, but maybe I'll go first, and then we'll take testimony. We'll open the public hearing, but I'll wait for that. So you made a point of general plan consistency, and then you, on one of the slides, it says including the housing element. And that's always troubling for me because it's not really including the housing element to the most part, right? Because you don't have any analysis in the staff report about consistency with the housing element. My understanding is you don't have to actually do that. And I just want to get a better understanding of that. And the reason I ask that is that we have, in the staff report, there's mention of the assumptions of the housing element. And one of the assumptions, which is near and dear to my heart, is the 24 lower income units. An assumption of 48 units with 24 that are lower. And so it's always troubling to me, and maybe it's just the nature of the law. The law is always troubling to me as a lawyer. But we have this housing element. We spend so much time on it. But really, this project is not consistent with that assumption. And I guess I want to understand when do we what parts of the housing element do we have to find that are consistent, that the project is consistent with, and what parts do we not? And when's an assumption not a policy? Because I'll ask a follow-up question about that. But that is always a little bit of a conundrum, and I'm sure that people in the public go, well, that doesn't make sense to me. It's not really consistent. The housing element is part of the general plan, but this is not consistent with the assumption. Could you maybe help me understand that? I think I know the answer, but I'd like to have the public understand it also.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I can start off by saying that the housing element is a part of the general plan. When you review any development project, you're not looking for strict compliance with each and every policy as you would with a zoning code, where there's very regulatory language that you shall and must. Policies are not using that sort of language, and so you're really looking for a general consistency as opposed to a strict compliance. But beyond that, I'll just defer to City Attorney Walsh to elaborate.
Happy to do so. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Sure, thank you. So with the housing element, it's really a planning tool so that we can designate land that will meet kind of the densities that will allow for certain levels of housing to be built. And it's something that the state constructed, and as we've noted, they've imposed this on us as a means to try and set aside land that will accommodate the needs for housing. And so when you go through the RENA process, you get specific numbers of the number of units that you need to have in above moderate, moderate income, low, very low, and really plan so that you have the available land to accommodate that. And then you go through this very complex and arduous process with HCD, where you analyze specific sites, and then they look at kind of the external factors related to that land, where it's located, what part of the city it's in, access to transit, that type of thing, and they try to find these properties that will accommodate certain levels. And so we have priority sites within our housing element that say, we get this much RENA credit for this site. So in this case, it's what staff has indicated, where you have the 24 and the 24 or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. But you aren't required to build that level of housing on it. Once you're done with your housing element, then you have your zoning in place, and then developers come in and they can make a proposal as to what their project is going to be. And it has to be consistent with our zoning code. It has to be consistent with all our objective standards. It has to be consistent with our inclusionary housing ordinance, which has a lower threshold of the required amount of affordable housing that must be part of it. But it doesn't require that you meet those specific designations. That's not a mandate. It's really just an assumption that the land is available to meet those. And to be honest, in the way that California is today, and the cost of land and the cost of housing, it is very unusual for projects to actually meet those standards unless the city is going to assist the project so it's at a much higher level of affordability. And that does happen from time to time. We've helped projects before. But if it's left to the private sector on their own, because those projects don't necessarily, they aren't profitable if they're solely set aside for affordable housing, they tend not to happen without public assistance, and you can't prohibit them from doing that. You can't say you have to build this number of affordable units on the property. That would be kind of inconsistent with our zoning and inconsistent with the requirements of state law.
All right. So, by way of this project, we're losing capacity of 24 lower income units. I say that roughly, maybe not the right language. When and how do we make up for that? So there's a concept called no net loss, correct? So we now are required to find 24 lower income units somewhere else. I think that's the law. And then what is the timeline for that? When do we need to do that? And I may be misstating the law, but that's my general understanding of it. Help me understand that. We have 24 lower income units that are not going to be built here. We're telling HCD that they will be built somewhere in the city. How does that all play out? And what are our time deadlines on that?
Well, I can actually, I knew that some of this was probably going to come up in terms of our, how are we tracking on our RENA since this project isn't
Absolutely.
exactly hitting the
Right.
targets in the housing element. So we actually, you probably are familiar that earlier last year we approved ministerially the Burbank Housing Project. And so that's actually going to squarely put 39 units in the column for low, that low category. So where we were, that's a really significant math for the city as we get to that final number of the RENA assessment. So in terms of a deadline, we, as you probably know, we track our annual progress report to HCD every year with our report card of how we're doing in all those 4 categories. So we're in the 8-year review cycle, and we would basically have the deadline at the end of that 8 years.
All right.
Do you want to add something to that?
That was the
Mr.
answer
Walsh?
I suspected. I wasn't sure about the Fountain Grove project, Burbank project, where it fit in the analysis of RENA, and so that I'm glad you answered that question. More to that?
Yeah, I did just also want to comment on the no net loss concept. So what the no net loss law requires is it actually requires if we were to downzone property so that today it was say 20 units an acre and we moved it down to 15 units of an acre, then we would have to replace it somewhere else. But we're not downzoning the property here, so no net loss doesn't really apply in this instance.
I know that the demolition is not before us, but I have a question about the demolition. So the thing about it is, so we have 3 houses that, in my view, whether informally or not, are affordable for our community. So we're really not, as I understand the project, there's 8 affordable to moderate income units, but we're actually losing 3. So we're gaining 5. And is there any law or regulation? So we have an obligation, or the developer has an obligation to provide 20% affordable housing, right? 20% of the project as affordable. Is there anything in our housing element that talks about that? So you demolish 3 and you gain, ultimately 5, and I'm just wondering, is that legal? Or is there anything in the housing element that we need to look at, say that are there policies in the housing element say thou shalt not demolish affordable housing units that exist? I don't know if that's the case or not.
So there are requirements in state law, and there's 2 requirements essentially. One is that if you demolish homes, like just homes, you have to replace at least that number of units. So if you demolish 3 homes, then you have to replace those 3 homes. If you demolish affordable homes that are either deed restricted to low and very low income households, so that's 80% of the area median income for Napa County or 50% of median income for Napa County, then you have to replace those like for like, right? So if it's actually deed restricted, there's a deed there's restrictions on the property that says it has to be rented to those folks, then you have to replace it like for like. And if it's actually not deed restricted, but you have evidence that it has actually been rented to people at those income levels within the past 5 years, then you also have to do that. It's my understanding in this instance that, and I think the staff noted this at the.
I heard that
yeah.
they're not rented.
Right.
Is that the case? They haven't been rented in years, or? Well, we'll talk about that.
Right. So it would have to be rented to people who actually had those levels of income.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Within the last 5 years.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Then there'd be more evidence, more facts to be drawn there. The density bonus waiver law that appears to have been not used that much. I don't think there were any asks. Maybe there were like some asks. I think it was 8 or 9 of the potential concessions. I don't know exactly how that is. I don't understand the law in terms of when you have to make those requests during the course of a project. I mean, after this hearing, could someone come in and say, oh, well, we've got some more requests? It seems a little weird to me, but I know that I saw some correspondence from the developer, the applicant, that they could have asked for a waiver of the water neutrality provisions. I don't know. It wasn't clear to me what they meant by that, but that's my brain. Oh, well, could they do that later, or how does that work? When does that terminate? The right terminate? Is it ongoing?
So typically, density bonus waivers and concessions are requested during the course of the development review, and so. And also, just to distinguish, concession is for identifiable cost savings, whereas a waiver is for a physical constraint that's a result of a development standard. So for this project, there were waiver requests to development standards that were being reviewed during design review. There were no concession requests for this project. I don't have a complete answers, but I have seen that often developers will reserve the right to request concessions really at any time during the entitlement process. And I think that's just because these are coming from the state, and so they have they're well within their rights to utilize this state law. But I'm not sure on the exact timing or if there's an end date. So I would defer to City Attorney Walsh on that.
All right.
Do you want me to speak to that?
Well, I don't want to get into a lot of detail about it. It seems like it's an evolving process, but you may have a different view about it.
It's typically done through the entitlement process. Okay. I would say there isn't a specific restriction in the law as to when it can be done.
All right, fair enough. I saw some references, some correspondence about potential appeals or appeals that may not have been effectuated. I'm a little unclear about that. On parts of it, I just saw some it was unclear to me what that was. I noticed in your presentation it said no appeals filed, no appeals filed, no appeals filed. But I saw correspondence. Was there an attempted appeal? Can you explain what happened there, or just briefly? I just want to make sure that we have that one covered.
I believe there was a public comment that referenced had the word appeal in it. I don't think there was a formal appeal filed with the city clerk. They would have more details because there's a formal process where you have to pay a fee and submit like a form, probably an application form or something to that effect.
Understood. Yeah. Mr. Walsh.
I could speak to that a little bit more because I had some correspondence on this. Initially, when
I saw that. Yeah.
When there was a planning commission decision on the tentative map, Mr. Hale indicated that he wanted to appeal the tentative subdivision map, and I had some correspondence indicating this had to go. Right. Well, first the tentative subdivision map, and I indicated that was going to council. He said that wasn't a problem, but then he raised the issues of the demolition permit and the fact that would not be going to council. I told him that's right. It wouldn't be, so it would have to be appealed. Okay. But then there's a $3,000 appeal fee, and so.
Okay.
Mr. Hale, I'm sure will speak, and he can speak to it more.
That's fine. We'll welcome that. I have other questions about the retrofit. That's going to take a little longer, the actual retrofit program that we have. I think we'll get into that a little bit later. Just one question. I know there's a condition about the well in the tentative map issue. And I guess I'm curious, just from prior experience in St. Helena, so the well is for landscaping, I assume, right? And there's an existing well on the property?
That's correct. There is an existing well, but I don't believe it's part of their irrigation proposal anymore.
Oh, okay. How is landscaping to be irrigated?
I would, call up
City Water?
our
Maybe that's part of the program, but I'm just,
engineers.
Assistant Director of Public Works,
Okay.
Eric Jansen, will
okay,
speak to that detail.
all right. I guess my point that I'm getting to, Mr. Jansen, is ultimately, if there's a well to be used, what happens when the well fails? We've had that issue come up in our city, and I just want to make sure that the condition of approval addresses that potential, if indeed that is going to be used. But I guess it's a premature question if it's not going to be used. Mr. Jansen.
So the applicant is elected not to use the well. So the well is not going to require future maintenance or roaded access in order to redevelop it. Landscaping will be irrigated with potable water. Landscaping will be MWELO compliant.
All right. And that use is factored into the water neutrality analysis, presumably?
In conformance with the policy,
All right.
yes.
Okay. All right. That's a good, I'm glad I got that clarified. Okay, I'll stop there. I want to talk about the retrofit program at some point, but let's open the public hearing and we'll take public comment at this point. You can give a brief presentation, Mr. Barnett, and then we'll go from there. How many folks, just for my edification in terms of managing the hearing and the clock, how many folks are wanting to speak tonight? Raise your hand. A lot. Okay. I'm going to look to my council members. So the mayor has the authority to reduce the amount of time. I don't think I want to do that necessarily, but your sense, so we have 4 minutes per person. Any sense about that? I'm open to allowing people to take 4 minutes. We have a lot of public comment in writing, but anyone have an objection to allowing each member to at least have 4 minutes? I put it that way, so it's hard for someone to say, no, we don't want to have public comment, but I think we can get through it, but it's going to be a close call. Let's just slog through it. Mr. Barnett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Doring. Thank you, Mike, for your presentation. Good evening and Happy New Year, Mayor Doring, Vice Mayor Deasy, council members, and members of the St. Helena community. My name is Kelso Barnett, and I'm so excited and proud to be here tonight to present Spring Grove. Spring Grove will deliver high-quality, walkable housing consistent with the general plan and St. Helena's objective design standards, exactly where St. Helena has planned on a housing element opportunity site, so that more young families and homeowners can be downtown just off Main Street. So out of respect for your time, tonight's busy agenda, we have a brief presentation, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions or clarify any issues from the council. So I have the honor of presenting our project tonight on behalf of City Ventures, but this has been a true collaboration. So many people have touched this project, not just our great consultant team. Roland, Casey Talbot, our civil engineer from Adobe Associates, is here with us tonight. Chris, Justin, but so many people from City Ventures. In addition to Michael Brewer and Sam Higgins, who are with me here tonight. Samantha, Patrick, Phil, Mark, Tyler, Grace, all of us have worked hard to create a project for St. Helena doing what we do best, delivering high quality infill missing middle housing. And we've been doing this since 2009. We started during the end of redevelopment, partnering with cities to develop infill housing. This is what we do. This is our wheelhouse. We're a Bay Area builder. We're the largest developer and home builder in the North Bay. And from the beginning, we have been focused on sustainability and green building practices. In fact, the building code has caught up with what we've been doing from the beginning, Everything we build is all electric and solar powered, so we heard earlier today that we can continue to use gas appliances. We don't have to worry about that at Spring Grove. We're all electric. We use efficient materials, EV-ready garages, low-water landscaping, and these are exactly the sustainable priorities St. Helena emphasizes. Next slide, please. These are examples of our past projects, and we're very proud of these projects that we build. These images show the types of communities, contextually appropriate architecture, materials, complementary landscaping, and we've delivered thousands of homes across California in neighborhoods just like this one. Next slide, please. It's important to note that we're not a mass production cookie cutter builder. Every community is tailored to the town it's in, and that's why every project looks different. Next slide, please. So how did we get here at the end of a long entitlement and approval process? Well, as you can see up on the screen, we started in early 2024 by studying feasibility. We analyzed different issues. We tested different concepts and a preliminary design, which led to our preliminary and formal applications in November 2024, which formed the basis from where we received feedback from the community at both the Planning Commission study session and Town Hall. There were then 3 submittals with city staff to deem the project complete, and then multiple rounds of consistency comments with staff. And I think now, again, as I told the Planning Commission, this would be the appropriate time to thank both Maya and Mike. They have been professional and great to work with. And as I told the Planning Commission, not that they've made my life easy, their attention to detail and they're guided by the general plan of this city and the objective design standards that should make the City Council proud. In November 2025, as we learned earlier, okay, correct slide. The design review and density bonus were approved ministerially, and the Planning Commission unanimously approved the demolition permit and recommended your approval of the vesting tentative map tonight last month. And so, again, tonight is the culmination of more than a year of technical work, public engagement, and design refinement. Next slide, please. It's just a contextual map of where the site is in downtown St. Helena. We all know where it is. This is exactly where higher density housing belongs. It's a site walkable to downtown. It's walkable to schools, parks, services, and residents can genuinely live here with fewer car trips, which is a key goal of your general plan. And it strengthens the connection between Spring Street and the rest of town on Main Street. Next slide, please. This is an example of our site plan and how it integrates into the existing neighborhood fabric. We designed a walkable village-like layout with clear pedestrian connections and shared open spaces. Parking is entirely internalized. There will be no street parking impacts. We also have a connective pedestrian path all throughout the project. Every home at Spring Grove can directly access Spring Street. Next slide, please. It's an example of our architecture. We saw this earlier during staff's presentation. I just want to note that throughout the process, we obviously received a lot of feedback and we listened carefully, and we committed to staff and the community to making meaningful improvements where we could. In fact, as our original elevations complied and our original design complied with St. Helena's objective design standards, but your planning director, Maya DeRosa, really pushed us on this. She challenged us to create a better design for St. Helena, and we did. So we made a series of targeted design refinements aimed at softening the buildings, improving compatibility with nearby homes, and enhancing the visual character of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. It's an example of our landscape plan. The current driveway that exists closest to Main Street at 1447 will become a beautiful pedestrian path. It retains the existing sycamore tree canopy by also adding vine trellises. Along the driveway as the project approaches Spring Street will be a seating area and lush landscaping. This open space with a picnic area will allow residents to get to know each other. And a critical part of any new home development integrating into an existing site is the landscape plan. Obviously, this will add shade trees, grapevines, oaks, native species. We protect all of the trees around the perimeter and add additional trees to strengthen screening for the neighbors. Next slide, please. As discussed throughout our meeting tonight, we've discussed the concept of water neutrality, and so we are requesting an in lieu fee tonight, and I just wanted to briefly discuss the policy and demonstrate how we comply. As you're aware, the policy takes existing demand from the site. It then compares that to the proposed demand from the new project, and then we have to offset the difference. And the policy calls for retrofits, as we all know, or replacing toilets and other appliances throughout town. But from the beginning of the process, we've been told that, well, the policy apparently has been so successful, we've run out of toilets to replace. And HCD would also obviously view this process to be burdensome and as an obstacle to housing. And so that leaves us the in lieu fee option. In our case, using the guidelines for water neutrality for St. Helena, we determined the existing demand was 1,350 gallons a day. The new project will demand 11,963, requiring us to offset 10,613 gallons a day, and that demonstrates 34 residences will require retrofits. Next slide, please. I just want to briefly reiterate that we are complying with the water neutrality policy fully and that the report has been accepted by Public Works, but I just wanted to add a little context to the policy. The policy requires us to assume every room in the new project will have 2 occupants, which works out to be an average household size throughout the project of 7.8 individuals, and that each household would demand 273 gallons a day. And we genuinely hope young families will live here, but it's highly unlikely the average household size of Spring Grove will exceed 3 to 4, which would be significantly higher than the town's average of 2.3, I believe it's 2.33, yes. And so I also just want to also layer into that analysis that a 2016 study showed that on single-family homes throughout the U.S., the average U.S. household used 138 gallons a day, and the national average data is in line with St. Helena's own data analysis as described in the 2022 Raftellus water study, which shows that the average St. Helena household uses 143 gallons a day. Thank you. Next slide. And so again, we're really excited about this project. We're really excited about how this project not only complies with, but is sort of the manifestation of the goals of the general plan. This is exactly what the general plan calls for, and it makes it very clear throughout that higher density housing belongs near the center of town, and that housing supply is also, remember the general plan, it has a circulation element, open space element, as we discussed earlier, Mayor Doreen, a housing element, but it also focuses on economic sustainability, and housing supply is directly linked to economics. And so this project advances so many goals of your general plan. And this is a really important issue. St. Helena's population, as many of us know, has declined 15% over the last 10 years, and the student population has declined 32% over the last 25 years. And so Spring Grove checks every box the general plan outlines. Next slide, please. As discussed earlier, this is obviously a housing element opportunity site, and housing element opportunity sites must be suitable for housing. It must have the right zoning, water supply, infrastructure, and the location to realistically support these new homes during the planning cycle, and ultimately it supports the goals of the community. The site aligns with local objectives, not just your objective design standards, which it does, but other objectives. Affordability, smart growth, it is the ideal place for these needed new homes. Next slide. And just in general, these are the types of homes that St. Helena needs. Townhomes in particular add the types of attainable housing St. Helena simply does not have enough of. They give young families, first-time home buyers, and local workers a path to stay in town, and more residents near downtown strengthens small businesses, and it helps your Main Street economy. And the final slide. And so we've reached the end of the process, a long process. It's been built on transparency and trust, and those two elements are it's part of City Venture's DNA. We are grateful for the input from the community, the discussions, the feedback, even when challenging. And so tonight, as you may have already heard, but as you may continue to hear, you'll likely hear from staff and the city attorney that due to new state laws, it will be very challenging, if not impossible, to make findings to deny our project. But we respectfully ask for your approval tonight, not because you have to, but because you want to. Because you want to support a project that directly responds to the need for new missing middle housing in St. Helena. because you want to support a project that reflects the goals of your general plan, housing diversity, sustainability, thoughtful design, and economic benefits. And because you want to support a project developed on a housing element opportunity site and designed according to your own, not the state mandate, St. Helena's own objective design standards, exactly as the city has intended. Not because you have to, but because you want to. So we appreciate your time this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions. I would also appreciate the opportunity to come back and address any questions or clarify any issues or concerns that have come up after public comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. Barnett, thank you for your presentation. Let's just continue on with the public hearing at this point.
Thank you.
I'm sure there will be more questions, but we're having a time crunch here. I can see it right now, Mr. Camello. So with all the other matters on the agenda, folks have been waiting here patiently. We're going to go forward with the public hearing, but any suggestions in terms of how to manage the balance of the calendar? I think we just continue on, but we may have to postpone some of these, and I see some folks waiting here, and it's not fair to everybody, but that's how this, I saw a lot of people raise their hand.
Mr. Mayor, there's only one other item after this, so we may want to postpone that, yeah.
Okay. What are the thoughts of my council? We have the Little League contract. I think it's going to take a while to get through this.
We have to push other items so that we can focus on this for the community. And then get to
What do you have a correction?
I do.
I know.
1 second.
Have more.
Well, there are a couple items that we should probably have it done today.
We have the committee assignments.
Can I come back to you and look at this with staff and get back to you in a few?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
We'll keep going.
Yeah.
Let's continue with the public hearing. I'll invite folks to make comments at this point. Continue to make comments. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Clark McCornack, 1451 Spring Street. And we're surrounded by this project. And I've met these guys. We've had cocktails together. It's been over a year of conversation. And I know that you folks have been hearing this for a year. The 21st I spoke, January, a year ago. So I don't think we need to reiterate all the concerns that the community has, although they will be brought forward tonight. But you know how we feel. And I don't think we need to impress upon you how we feel. And it not that I live or have a house that's right surrounded by this project, which I think is grotesque. They have squeezed this thing on a lot that's irregularly shaped. If it were a rectangular lot and it was placed properly, this would fit better. It doesn't fit, one. Architecture's horrible. The access is only one from Spring. The garages oppose each other. I've addressed the fire issues. I have a buddy who's a captain in the Phoenix Fire Department who tells me in Phoenix, fire marshals put up the worst stuff that they can't fight the fires. So to believe that what John's come up with, John's here, we met at the firehouse. And we took him a little protractor and went around with a ladder, run a hose around the buildings. Oh, no problem. Okay. Water neutrality. These guys propose an in lieu fee, and I believe it's about $330,000. $133. $133. Whew. Should have taken my number.
All right. Try to focus on us and keep your comments to the council.
I needed to get the number right.
Okay, that's fine.
$133,000. And what's the city going to do with $133,000? Why don't we make it $1.3 million? So something that actually have some weight to retrofit something. The water will never be neutralized. And now we're taking landscape from the same water source. That hasn't been calculated in. The in lieu fee is ridiculously low. I'll keep going. So this is all approved by the staff. When I went to the JC first year, they had all these classes and they were all taught by staff. And I thought, who's Mr. Staff? How does he do this? So who is the staff that did all the review on this? I assume it's Mr. Rosa, Mike, and whom else? I'm concerned because I think the staff report is incomplete. And that's been addressed with many letters and comments. We have, I know these comments because you have the written comments that have just been posted from people that are here at length. It's brilliant work. They've looked at it thoroughly. And I don't know that all of you have read all the columns, all the PDFs that are in the staff report. We've looked at a lot of this stuff. And I mean, how far you've done. Now, let's move on. I think I'll leave it with this. At the Planning Commission meeting, the approval was hurried. There was very little conversation. We as the public spoke, and we were, oh, thank you so much for your participation. In the end, it was embarrassing. So I hope you people take a good look at what's all the information that is still here, and I wish you look at it. And then just to note that I have an attorney.
All right. Thank you for your comments. I'll invite others to make comments now. Folks need to step up to the podium. If you are intending to speak, probably start lining up. I have to make a motion right now, I think, to extend. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? The motion is to, how far do we have before, what's our hard stop deadline? Ma'am, I have to comply with the law, and that's my job. And so we have a need for a motion to extend the time period by law. And so I'll look for the motion. Looks like we probably need to extend till 10.
I make a motion to extend to 10.
I'll second.
The motion and the second to extend the meeting till 10 o'clock. Do we need a roll call? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are extended to 10. Continue on. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Greg DeLuca. I live at 1401 Wallace Court. I will be have the opportunity to look at a 3-story construction from my home. I haven't heard one word from anybody about the 3-story issue. How many places in St. Helena are 3-story in construction? Another thing I haven't heard tonight was how many affordable units will be included in this development. I've heard the trade-off of the various requirements and the need to preclude some of the affordable units in this way and in that way. But none of the whole issue of what number of affordable units will be provided by this construction hasn't been mentioned at all tonight. With that, I'll just save some time and let someone else.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Next, Mr. Hale, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Dan Hale, 1851 Madrona. I'm going to keep this brief, and I don't have time to delve into the pages of comments. I pray that you had a look at them. But
I have.
And I appreciate that. I can't, though, get through this meeting without challenging a few things that have been said. 1505 is a separate lot. It is not part of Site 9. It was rented, its last rental rate was $1,600 a month, and it had just been raised to that. So speaking to Ethan Walsh's comment, they're vacant now, but they were not vacant 5 years ago. And that's a fact. Mr. Janusek, and I'm paraphrasing here, said there was no removal of homes, and that's not also is not true. 1505 is not part of Site 9. It's not part of Site 9 after this project, but it is a lot that has a house that has been removed, an affordable house. So I've submitted multiple items of concern with the record into the record regarding material aspects of this project. Including its inconsistencies with the municipal code, the general plan, and state mandates, obvious infrastructure and health and safety concerns, as well as concerns regarding errors in the process and the staff reports. I have also attempted to explain how I believe we have arrived at this point. I'm at a loss to understand what needs to occur to compel this body to be the stewards that St. Helena requires. I have asked myself, where is the scrutiny? I recognize these issues are complex and at times tangled. I completely understand why people on many sides of this throw up their hands and feel helpless and sadly disengaged. That inherent complexity, however, does not absolve our responsibility for both thoughtful judgment and determinedly dedicated scrutiny. Our current housing strategy is broken. It is not strategic. It has been largely constructed to satisfy an understandably bureaucratic mandate and a complicated procedural requirements, yet it is disconnected from the fabric of our town and not focused on producing housing that actually meets demonstrated local needs, housing that is placed where it is most likely to thrive and integrate into the St. Helena fabric in a sensitive and sustainable way. That must be its overarching purpose. The longer the strategy remains broken, the longer it will continue to encourage proposals such as the one that's before you this evening. I sincerely hope the council has taken adequate time to fully understand the options that are available to you at this critical moment. That work is not optional, it is imperative. Rushing will not serve. If you feel in any way that you are not adequately and absolutely informed, there is no reasonable option other than to reject or continue this matter. State law allows for both or either. It is that simple. Thanks for your scrutiny.
Others, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Boyd Dennington, 1530 Shibley Circle. I just read through the agenda with some of the written comments, and I noticed quite a lengthy submission from a Mr. Joshua Park, and I just wanted to co-sign on everything that he submitted. He is one of the more cerebral individuals with which I'm acquainted, and when he speaks, I generally give his words a lot of weight. So I just wanted to co-sign on his submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sorensen, welcome back.
Now you know me by name. You'll never forget. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and council members. And if you will just indulge me for a moment. First of all, I'll use that term co-sign with all of who have come before me, and certainly all of the PDFs that were submitted into the comment with regard to this plan. And I'll just go ahead, and I've got notes here, so I'm just going to read, if that's all right with you. So Spring Grove is not the problem, but forgetting our city's constitution is. Wayne Leong's recent article on the Spring Grove project makes an uncomfortable but honest point. The project moved forward largely because of our current zoning laws allowed it to. And that observation is important and incomplete unless paired with a deeper question St. Helena must now confront. And by the way, this evening, there was another opportunity for the council to take a moment to push back and to look, rather than making a cursory approval with regard to Mr. Leon's concerns with regard to the fire in the project and the density. If a project can advance simply because the rules permit it, what responsibility does you, our city council, have to use every lawful tool available to protect the community that you all represent? There is a misconception circulating that the state housing laws have stripped cities like ours of meaningful authority. That's not entirely true. While the state has narrowed subjective discretion, and I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your name, these are all objective that we have been speaking of, not subjective. The misconception circulating state housing laws have stripped cities like ours of meaningful authority. It's not entirely true. While the state's narrowed subjective discretion, it has not erased objective requirements, nor has it nullified the foundational document that governs the land use in this city, which is our general plan. The California planning law, the general plan, is often described as the city's constitution, and that's not rhetoric. It is settled law. Zoning subdivisions and developmental approvals are legally required to be consistent with it. It's a document that encodes our long-term commitments to growth management, infrastructure capacity, water resources, safety, and quality of our lives. Yet in the Spring Grove process, these constitutional guardrails were treated as they were optional, or worse, as they're irrelevant. That's the core issue this evening. Wayne is right to call attention to the structural flaws in our zoning code and urge reform so future projects do not exploit gaps between the density allowances and physical reality. But there is an equally urgent issue before us now. Even under the existing code, the city cannot lawfully approve this project if required findings are missing, deferred, or unsupported by evidence. In other words, we need a defensible record. It doesn't stand that way as such. These are not aesthetic preferences or neighborhood complaints. These are objective legal requirements. Before approving a tentative subdivision map, the city must demonstrate on the record that the project is consistent with the general plan. And by the way, the in lieu fees are not consistent if you can't show further water neutrality ongoing. And that hasn't been proven because you just said at the beginning of this meeting that you've got a water neutrality update that won't be satisfied for a year. I lost my place. Just a moment. Those determinations can't be postponed or later permits are satisfied in lieu fees alone. When a council proceeds anyway, it's not following state law. It's declining to exercise the full measure of its lawful authority. That's where residents should pause. Representation's not passive, and it's not limited to accepting staff summaries or assumptions that compliance with minimum standards is the same as fulfilling fiduciary duty. A council represents
please finish up your comments, ma'am.
Please what?
Please finish up your comments. Your 4 minutes has expired.
Okay. Spring Grove should be a wake-up call, not because housing shouldn't be built, but because how it's approved determines whether St. Helena remains a city governed by law and foresight or one governed by inertia and fear of state pressure. The rest of this, anything less is not compliance, it is abdication. And by the way, this will be published Thursday, so you can read any of those who are interested in the article.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Hello, Chris Hall, 1523 Spring Street. I'm fairly impacted, just as my other neighbor. My driveway and my backyard are covered on two sides by this project. I guess I just have a couple of minor comments and maybe some questions, whether it's appropriate for them to be answered now or in follow-up. But I guess 1505 and 1515. 1515 is currently occupied. It was called as vacant earlier. I just wanted to clarify that. 1505 was occupied as of December. I'm not sure if that's a matter as it relates to this. My other questions were, I appreciated the timeline as how we got here from the applicant, and I'd love to know what the timeline looks like if the applicant is going forward as they expect to from today. So, for example, when would construction commence? When would construction complete? When would people move into these homes? if I'm living next door, I think, as are all of our other neighbors, it would be nice to know publicly what that timeline might look like as to when this is all potentially going to occur if it was to be approved. And I guess the last thing is mitigation for the neighbors. It was a year ago, I think, Kelso, that we talked last. I haven't heard from you since then. There was the public notice, I guess, on November 21st. That was like right before Thanksgiving for a meeting on the 2nd. I didn't get it. I wasn't aware of that meeting. I'm glad I'm here today. But we know how to communicate with each other, so it would be nice to open a conversation with the rest of the community about neighbors and mitigation if the project's going to go forward, and about how we can all work together to, if we're going to have this right next door in a 3-story building and all the other things the other people have commented on, how that could potentially work best for each of us. So my master bedroom isn't being looked into from the 3rd story, guys right behind us that's potentially being built. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Pat Friday, 1430 Wallace Court. I brought a photo I wanted to show Mike and Maya. That's from February 4th last year when we had an excess amount of rain. It's a picture of the pond at Mitchell and the 2 culverts that have about 18 inches of clearance. Now, I understand the bioretention at the edge of the property of Spring Grove is going to recirculate the water back to Spring Street, but what about overflow? This pond, if it goes much higher, it's going to flood the residents all around Wallace Court. And then who's responsible? Is that the city because the dredging wasn't done well last year? And this happened after the dredging? I think the city's going to have some responsibility here.
Thank you, Ms. Friday. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Linda Tunney. I own 1508 Spring Street. And there's a lot of unresolved issues with this, one of which just mentioned by Pat. The water issues, everybody I've talked to, sewer and water are a tremendous problem on this property. And I just think there's a lot of unrealized loose ends that you need to look at. I don't know how much glory you guys are looking for, but you have an opportunity to do something really good here. You have an opportunity to do that. You could stop this. I know you could. And you're sitting there, Paul, nodding, but I think you could stop it. I know it's a lot of trouble and it's risky and you don't want to make the effort, but you really need to stop this. This is a mess. Did you see what came up on the board? I mean, it looks like something from the inner cities. And by the way, just in passing, in another life, my husband had something to do with little infill real estate projects.
Ms. Tunney, direct
yeah,
your comments to the council.
I'm sorry, Paul.
That's okay. No
I'm
worries.
sorry.
I'm the mayor, by the way.
We always kind of looked, I shouldn't say we, because I was really just the housewife, but they always kind of looked to see who the people were that were going to live in this project. I really don't know who they are. It's nobody over 60. The thing is 3 stories. It just isn't. I mean, people our age, for sure me, don't want to go up and downstairs. There is no way a young family would ever live in this project. There is nowhere for the kids to play outside at all. Not at all. So I don't know who, and the real estate market just stinks for your, I'm sorry, I can't address you directly. I'm sure that's not breaking your heart. But anyway, so that's all I have to say. Not very not very uplifting or enthusiastic, but you look like a really nice group, and I wish you well with your next project.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we need to continue on. Go ahead. Thank you.
Cameron Krebs, 1346 Sylvania Avenue. I just want to echo pretty much everything that's been said here against this project. I think it makes a tremendous amount of sense to really pay a lot of credence. Dan Hale has 9 submissions, and I would echo everything that Dan has to say about this. He really understands the ins and outs of these situations. Michelle Covell is also a friend, and I know her, and she's very bright and articulate and very analytical, and I think has a lot of good things to say. And I think a lot of that has to take credence as well. And again, everything Joshua Park has to say and submitted, I really would urge you all to take very close consideration of. And I think the bottom line here again is, yes, staff is making recommendations to you, and that there are state laws that are pushing us all towards these projects. And I think everyone agrees we need housing. We need it very much. But this housing project in particular just does not fit. It doesn't fit our town. It doesn't fit our needs. It doesn't fit the size and shape. There's talk about pumping sewage from the site up to Spring Street. I happen to live at Cronulla Drive for 5 years here in St. Helena before I moved to my current residence, and it was next to a pump station. And sometimes that pump station didn't work. And that is something I think, again, the city has to take into account is we're dealing with a lot more people in a smaller area of concentration, and what happens when things don't work. Who's going to be there at 2 a.m. to fix it? Who's going to ensure that sewage doesn't impact people, life, safety, health, and the environment, in which there's a waterway right behind this. So I believe the council does have the right to reject the staff. The council works for the citizens. You work for us. You're elected by us. And it sounds like the overwhelming majority of people in this town do not want this project. And you have the power to say no. Please do so.
Thank you, Mr. Krebs. Others? All right.
Wayne Leong, 1145 Crane Avenue. I've submitted a fair amount of articles to the Star and comments to the commission and to the city council, so I won't go over. I assume that those things get read and processed by the city staff, but to this date, I've never really got a response to any of those comments, so it'd be interesting to get some of those. So as an architect who's practiced here in the Valley and with the office in New York, we've come across a lot of projects, housing projects. And in dealing with this project, I've, taken as much time as possible to get into the weeds on this thing. And you have to say, all the boxes are checked. And as a result, my conclusion is this is almost architectural malpractice. To go through all of this rigmarole, a lot of money was spent, staff time, and what you come up with is virtually malpractice. They had this community outreach, a year ago, and basically, I don't see anything that's really significantly changed after the community outreach. And one of the comments I made at the community outreach was, they're asking for comments, and I might have said this, but maybe a front door might be good. And they go, oh yeah, good idea, thank you. How do you build a house where you don't even have a front door? Where the back entrance is the front with no front door, and the back is the has the front door. Like, I would think that would be an objective standard, that a house should have a front door. But I guess in this world, that's subjective. So a site plan that doesn't work, that doesn't provide enough access for emergency equipment, because I think you need 2 access roads for a unit, for development with 30 more units. Even though it's sprinklered, we have only 1 access. The other issue I want to point out is the drainage that was presented, and that slide that was shown. That water of that picture occurred last year when the pond was actually dredged. The pond hasn't been dredged this year, and there's a big island in the middle of it. And you're adding probably close to 2 acres of impermeable surface on a 10-year event, 100-year event that's coming very frequently these days. You could generate an acre-foot of water, and you know that that retention pond's not going to handle it. And then there's this lift pump that's supposed to take all the water that's going to end up in the small bio-retention pond and pump it all the way to Oak Street. And who maintains that pump? The HOA. Who's the HOA? We don't even know who that is. So that means all the people living around this development are at the mercy of this one HOA and the guy who actually takes care of the pump. Does the pump actually have a backup generator? Where is the pump getting the water from? Is it getting from the bottom of the retention pond, or is it getting from the top? I think they mentioned that someone from Adobe was here, but where does all the water go when the system fails? And is the city going to address that issue, or is this a city within a city, and everybody who lives in this city are on their own, and the city has nothing to do with it, except all the people that live around
Mr. Leung,
the city?
your time has expired, so finish up, please. 30 seconds.
Okay, 30
Appreciate it.
seconds?
30 seconds.
Are you starting to count?
I'm just trying to move forward. We don't yield. Finish up your comments. I'm trying to be polite. I hope you are
Yes,
polite
yes,
to me.
and I'm trying to get an answer. Are the people that live in the neighborhood around there dependent on that HOA for their well-being? Or is the city going to help them address this problem? I know there's an HOA at Magnolia Oaks, and that's turning into a quagmire.
I'm sure our staff has noted that question. Hopefully we'll get that answered. Appreciate you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Others? All right. All right, we'll have the applicant have your 4 minutes to respond. I know there's quite a bit there. 4 minutes is probably not enough, but that's how it's going to work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to some of the questions and concerns. Just find where it starts here. There was a question about how many affordable units are going to be provided, and we are providing the number of affordable units required by the code, which is 8, 20% of the total. 100% or 4 of those units will be at 100% area median income, and 4 of those will be at 120% median income. 20% of 41 is actually 8.2, so we will be paying that 0.2 will be paid through an in lieu fee, and we've had conversations, as we discussed at the Planning Commission, with Mary Stevenson and Jen from our town, St. Helena, about perhaps our town working on some sort of program that not only will be able to make sure that local St. Helena families will be able to qualify and live in those affordable units, but perhaps even creating a new program through local philanthropy that will raise money for down payments for young families and people from St. Helena that could otherwise afford the mortgage at these homes. And so one of our town's idea, which I strongly support, would be directing that 0.2 in lieu fee toward some sort of grant program or some sort of way to help our town make sure that all the people living in this community, not just the affordable units, but the type of people, workers, first responders, young families, first-time home buyers can also live here in Spring Grove.
How much money is that?
The affordable housing fee, or the in lieu fee, is roughly $150,000. I don't know the exact. And that is all determined by council resolution, which I believe you recently updated about a year ago. In terms of Dan Hale discussed scrutiny, like this project needs to be scrutinized, and one of the reasons why we kept that slide in, we were trying to reduce the number of slides because obviously it's getting late here, but to show how much scrutiny this project has gone through. Not only were there 3 rounds of completeness from the planning department, and again, that involves every department, public works, fire, everyone is involved in reviewing the project, the city attorney's office, et cetera. But then there were also 4 more rounds of consistency comments. And so, in my view, the project has been heavily scrutinized, not just before the Planning Commission and now tonight for the City Council, but through seven rounds of analysis and scrutiny from staff. Want to just briefly discuss the concept of following the Constitution in the general plan. So some of you may know before I joined City Ventures, I served on the Planning Commission and City Council just over the hill in the town of Sonoma, and I've been to a lot of planning conferences and League of Cities, et cetera, and I always viewed the general plan to be more of a declaration of independence. It's sort of like a vision document, and where the Constitution is really the development code, and that's where you have to follow sort of the letter of the law. And as demonstrated in, I believe even some of the commenters have said, we have followed the letter of the law, we have complied with the objective design standards, we have complied with the code, and we certainly have been inspired by the vision document that is the general plan. In terms of the timeline going forward, if the project is approved, then we would, we actually already have internally at our company, we've already started the permitting process. That is a process that, again, goes through multiple rounds of analysis and even more scrutiny from Public Works, from the building department, from fire, all different departments at the city review our construction documents in both architecture and civil drawings, and obviously,
Unfortunately, you'll have to finish up.
and I'll just
We got a few
wrap
more
up,
seconds.
all of those documents and working drawings need to be consistent with the tentative map, consistent with the conditions of approval before a final map can be recorded. That generally takes 6 to 8 months, and then we'd like to generally, once we receive those permits, those stamped drawings, and the final map, we generally like to start construction. And there were a few more, but I understand my time is up.
All right. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing at this point. Is that appropriate, Mr. Walsh? Doesn't look like anyone else is approaching. Bring it back to the council. I guess fundamentally, I don't know what the council's feeling is in terms of absorption of information and decision-making process. We'll go there first. Probably a lot of questions, but in terms of the thought process, is the council in general prepared to make a decision tonight, or is it, we have a little bit more time, but I want to get a sense of that. A lot of information to be absorbed here. Anyone want to opine on that, or do we want to take some time and put it over to another?
I'd like to know, I keep hearing from folks that there's realistic options. Of course, we have options. We could say no. I'd like to hear from Mr. Walsh what the consequences based on staff and legal, what we'd be taking on.
So if you were to deny the application or reduce the density below what they've applied for, then you would have to make a finding. You would have to determine based on written findings. So you would have to written findings that would have to be supported by a preponderance of the evidence that two scenarios exist. The first is that the housing development project would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety unless the project is disapproved or conditioned to a lower density. And in that context, specific adverse impact means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact that's based on objective, identified public health and or safety standards as they existed at the time the application was completed. So that's the first fact that has to be met, and you have to have written findings to support that. And then the second is that there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid that that adverse impact that you've determined to exist, other than disapproval of the project. So you would have to make both of those findings. You would have to have written findings to support that, and they would have to be based on a preponderance of the evidence in the record. If you didn't meet those standards, then we could be subject to a legal challenge, and there's ramifications from that.
Could you speak specifically, Joshua Park? Mr. Krebs referenced that in his public comment. Thank you, Mr. Krebs. He submitted a public comment that it was long, but seemed to imply that water, the lack of it, could meet that bar. But SB 330, what's your interpretation on that score? We're not in a water emergency, and if it needs to be something today, not something hypothetical in the future, or is that, what's your reading?
So I would think that water would be, if water was a valid reason for doing this, it would mean that we did not, that today, based on evidence that we have available to us right now, that we did not have water to serve this project. And if that were the case, then what we really should do as a city is we should have a moratorium on any development in the city, right? Because if we have water for other projects, then we have water for this project. If we literally do not have enough water, for one thing, we have to have evidence to support that. I would defer to Public Works on that, but I haven't seen that evidence that we do not have sufficient water to support any more building in the city. So we would have to have evidence to show that, and then we would have to we would have to make those findings that there was no other way to address this other than denying the project. I could see that in other contexts. I could see there being a scenario where you literally don't have enough water to support any more units. That's not my understanding of the current state of our water system.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you asked about whether we're ready to make a decision tonight. Is that, so I wanted to just, there might be a couple of things that did, I absolutely understand the legal implications, but if a project is going to go forward, I think we want to make sure it's the right, that we've checked every box, and I know the staff has been so so diligent about that, but there were a few things like the 1505 being occupied, the stormwater, and then maybe like who's going to be, what's our plan for making sure that there's no cars blocking things for fire. So I would feel like a little bit uncomfortable without some answers to that, and I don't know if that happens tonight.
Fair enough. Ms. Summers, are you feeling like you need more information on any of the topics before a decision is made? And then I'll ask the same question to Mr. Barrick on any specific points that were raised that intrigue you, that you would require more information.
Sure, I could, but I think it's only going to extend the inevitable. And, you know, we're where we're at, and balance of a community is critical. And I don't know, I'm an anti-classist.
Can I add on to that? Like, I'd like, I think to say I'm anti-classist too, but if 1505 was occupied, does that mean there should be a different number of affordable houses, and would that raise the in lieu fee or something about it? I guess I just don't understand that. It seemed like an important point.
Sure. If within the last 5 years, 1505 was occupied by a family that was earning 80% of the area median income or less, I knew you'd ask me that. I can look it up. I can look up what that specifically is if you want to know, but that number, it's somewhere around, I think median is, in Napa County, I think is around 147,000 for a family of 4, and then it would be 80% of that. But I can look it up if you want to know specifically what that number is. But in any event, if there was a family earning that amount or less, then they would have to replace that unit with a like low-income unit. So it would be 80%. They aren't providing any 80% because that's not required under our inclusionary housing ordinance. So Mr. Hale said what the rent was, but that doesn't mean that doesn't necessarily indicate. All right. Okay, so that is the standard, right? That would require, but if that were not the case, if they didn't make that much or not, then if they didn't make that much or less, then they wouldn't have to provide a low income unit.
All right. Ms. Deasy, Vice Mayor Deasy, I'm not entirely comfortable either with that until we get more information. I'm trying to get a sense of what the staff, in terms of the background information you have on that. Is that something that we can relatively easily confirm so that we have a better understanding? It's not the biggest issue of the day, but it's an important issue, of course. Sir, I'm trying to conduct a city council meeting here. I'm the mayor of the city. I heard you. I heard you, sir. I'm asking the staff to connect with you. I'm trying to follow up on what you're saying. Thank you. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. So all of our information to date that we've received about the existing conditions on the site has actually come from the applicant.
Okay.
So I would actually ask him if you would have the pleasure of letting him come back to speak about that.
That's fine. And then we should drill down on that and probably confirm it in some kind of evidentiary fashion that's meaningful.
I appreciate the opportunity, Mayor Doring. As it relates to 1505 and 1515 Spring, as part of our preliminary application, we had to provide information about the income levels and backgrounds of the people that have lived at those properties for the last 5 years. And so that is in the record, that's preliminary, that's part of the preliminary application, and both those homes are currently vacant. 1447 has never been rented out. It has always been used by the family that owns all 3 parcels, number one. Number two, I know Vice Mayor Deasy had questions and some members of the community. This was part of the, I was trying to address some of the comments that I didn't have time to get to about storm water and how our stormwater system works and potential issues with drainage. And I just want to, again, remind you that we have our civil engineer, Casey Talbot from Adobe, and if you would like to allow her some time, she can describe how we've designed the system. Again, the municipal code, especially as it relates to the vesting tentative map, requires us to design a system for a 10-year storm, but we agreed to a condition of approval that will require us through the permitting process before we can apply for permits and record a final map to design a system for a 100-year storm. And so Casey can, if you allow her, she can provide more information about the stormwater system. Would that be all right, Mayor, Mr. Mayor?
Well, would you like to hear more information from the Adobe engineer on that issue? Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Casey Talbot with Adobe Associates. So the way our drainage for the entire site is designed, everything is directed to the bioretention areas on the site, which have overflow drains. Those overflow drains are connected to a pump that will pump all the stormwater up to the street. in Spring Street and then connect to the city storm drain system. And, you know, as Kelso said, one of our conditions of approval requires that the storm drain be designed for the 100-year event. Additionally, we also have a condition of approval that requires that our post-construction runoff not exceed our pre-construction runoff, essentially meaning that the same water that's leaving the site now, you'll have the same water leaving the site post-construction, you know, when the project's complete. The overflow, historically, the entire site has drained towards the creek. We are now taking it up to the street because of concerns about, you know, sending additional water towards the creek. In the event that the system is inundated or clogged, it would overflow towards the creek, but that would be maintaining historical drainage patterns. And of course, that would be in an extreme case. And then also this would be a dual pump system. So I know there's concerns about, you know, if a pump fails, that's why we have a dual pump system. And then I think the only other thing was sewer. Sewer is a gravity system. There's not a pump for the sewer.
Ms. Deasy.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but we're getting this information from the people who designed it and the developers. And I'm only asked because we've been burned in the past, and now we're the ones sitting with past decisions that maybe might have been scrutinized a little bit more. So I'm thinking about this one, and I don't want to be that council member who said, hey, that sounded great, and leave it to someone else in the future. So who verifies that it's all up to snuff? Thank you.
And if I could just briefly add, when we had the Planning Commission study session almost a year ago and we had the town hall, we did hear from the neighbors about drainage and concerns about that. And our original plan sheet flowed all of the stormwater just to the creek because Spring Creek, right behind the site, is part of the city's stormwater system. But because we were concerned about, we were listening to input from the community, we actually redesigned our stormwater system to install the dual pump system that Casey described, so we could pump the water away from the site toward Spring Street and Oak Avenue. And so once this project is constructed, from a stormwater and drainage perspective, it will actually be a far superior situation than what currently exists.
But who's confirming that that's not associated with the project?
So through the permitting process, Public Works Director, I believe Assistant City Manager Leach, the entire your city staff independently reviews and confirms and continues to send back the working drawings and the construction documents until they believe it complies with the conditions of approval for the tentative map.
All right. Mr. Johnson, you have something to add to the discussion, I assume.
Yes, Vice Mayor Deasy, I'm the one who actually performs that review. And I have already addressed one of the concerns about this pump system, and that is during power outages. How would the system drain? And while Kelso is somewhat dreading the notion of getting a fish and wildlife permit in order to modify the bank of the creek so that it could take flow from the drainage system in a power outage in the middle of a storm, that is nonetheless the requirement that I put upon him to figure out how to do that. And if he does have to get into the bank of the creek in order to make it happen, he does also have to get a fish and wildlife permit, or at least inquire and give them the opportunity to tell him if he needs one. And that's where we stand right now with it. Now, resolving the stormwater issue is not necessary in order to approve a tentative map or a final map. This is something that is normally addressed prior to issuance of the building permit.
All right. Thank you for that. Mr. Walsh, I see you reaching for your mic. Go for it.
I did. This is a little bit of an unusual request, but I just got an email from Councilmember Spadarato, who I think is watching the meeting, and she asked she had asked a question of the applicant that I think didn't get answered yet about the city's capacity to serve the 41 units, both from a water and sewer standpoint. That's really a question, I think, for Mr. Leach. If you would indulge, maybe that might be something that would be helpful to note.
I assume we made that determination. Anything else to add to that, Mr. Leach? In terms of the capacity of both systems?
I'm going to have Mr. Jansen come back again and answer that detail. He's getting his steps in this evening.
Okay, so what is the question from council member?
It was what we had done to determine that we have sufficient water and sewer capacity to serve the project.
So the applicant actually performs a calculation, a study, to determine that there is adequate pipeline capacity to serve the property. So they do that to size both the lateral that will serve the property and take it to the main, and then we also have them evaluate the downstream mains to ensure that we do not have any choke points that would cause a sanitary sewer overflow.
I assume the city is satisfied with the question of whether there is capacity or not. The answer is yes, there is capacity.
Yes, there is capacity for both water and sewer to serve this property.
All right. Mr. Leach, what's the intended use of the $133,000 for the retrofit program? And then I guess the other question I would have is, what is the basis for the opinion by the city that there aren't any more homes or businesses, or someone said toilets, but I think it's broader than that. It could be dishwasher, shower heads, a whole bit. There seems to be a determination, and I'm wanting to have a little bit more objective information on that issue, whether we could find 34 properties that we can retrofit. And apparently, the staff has decided that would be a burden, and I wanted to know how the staff got to that conclusion.
Yeah, I'll also lean on Mr. Jansen to answer that. I think the short answer, Mr. Mayor, is that I think through previous applications that has come to light that the availability of retrofits is limited or non-existent at this point. I know that we've worked with one applicant on a particular project about retrofitting school district properties, and that had yielded some challenges on both parties. So, Mr. Jansen, if you want to fill any more.
So that is correct. We process a lot of water neutrality calculations over the course of the year. And it has been noted that it is becoming increasingly more difficult for developers, even of small projects, to find off-site properties where they can make improvements. Most homes have already been upgraded to meet current standards. With larger projects, this truly does become a burden to try to find that many individual homes that remain unmodified. As for what Public Works can do with the in lieu fee, the Muni Code sets out primarily a toilet rebate program as being an option, and then a fairly generic reference to other fixtures where we could offer a rebate. That is an option. One of the things that we are doing with this water neutrality update, however, is to try to identify other options that we can officially codify and make available as means of spending this type of money in a meaningful way that actually gets us a little bit of extra water available for potable use.
Could we condition the approval upon a survey, PR work, spending a little money, actually trying to document that there aren't any retrofit potential in our community, to a point of like, okay, we're going to give you 6 months to retrofit as many as you can, and then if you can't retrofit them, I'm just making up a timeline, it could be longer, you pay the in lieu fee. Could we go through that process to actually test the assumption that there aren't any available?
The Muni Code doesn't have a provision for that specifically. It really only offers the rebate program option as a means of using those fees. that would be something that we would actually want to take under consideration for the update to the policy. However, that does not help us with this particular applicant.
But I think what you're saying.
Well, that
Mr.
we
Mayor,
take
is
on
that
a little
kind
bit of the burden of the retrofit program, that we take the money, we go out and we make a push. Hey, we want to retrofit.
Right.
I actually, my gut level is that there are properties out there. That's my gut level, and I've lived here for 34 years. I have a different sense of it, that there are. You drive around town and you go, I don't know. There's a lot of homes that are modest.
Sure.
And it's not just toilets. It's everything that we're talking about here, shower heads, dishwashers. I don't know. It just seems to me that you at least test it, give an opportunity to go, okay, we're going to try our best to retrofit as many as we can. If it comes back zero, then we still have $133,000.
Right.
I'm just saying, is that a possibility? Mr. Walsh, what do you think? Ms. Jansen says, well, that's not really part of our regime, our regulatory regime, but I don't know if it's possible or not as a condition.
So that's not specifically what it says in our code. We could always talk to the applicant about that.
All right. I don't see any downside to that. I think we just test it. This is going to go on for a while, and we're, give a reasonable amount of time to see if it actually is the case. But I don't know. It's up to my council members to decide whether that's something to pursue. I don't know. Have we exhausted the discussion, or is there any more points anyone wants to raise here? We hard stop at 10 o'clock. Is that correct? All right. Right. Mr. Summers?
I'd just like to say we've been stopping growth ever since I moved into this town. Let's keep it Mayberry. Yet now, it's, I don't know, one of those great sayings, like, it's the pallbearers come to, for, whatever they've come. It's just, we've pushed back and we stopped growth for so long. We had an opportunity to replace the Pope Street Bridge, but we didn't. We thought, well, more people will come to our town if we do that, or there'll be trucks. And it's just, we're at a position where this is not what anybody wants, but this is exactly what we need. And I hope it looks as Howard Bacon-ish as it can, and it provides families with an opportunity to, integrate and be a part of, because really we're all on the same team. We often forget, and nobody wants to make anyone live with something uncomfortable around them in their space, yet this is where we're at in this day and age, and we've been holding things back so far. We never followed the RENA protocols, ever. And we just kind of ignore it. And so tell us, is there any precedent, anecdotal information you have about cities that have resisted the state and what's come to pass and how much that costs? We are already, we're out of money, we're out of staff, and here we are out of options, and we will find any reason possible to stop this. We did it before. Dell was the master. But now it's just, here we are. And I welcome, people without that much money. I welcome, just making my community more diverse and more interesting, and, giving them a hug whether I like them or not.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. I'm not sure if you're responding to my comments about the retrofit program or not, but that's what I thought you said. The retrofit, that is not a way to stop a project. I can tell you that, but it is a way to get. My concern is actually getting affordable housing and getting real water neutrality, practical, pragmatic ways of doing it. That's all I'm talking about. That was not intended to be a roadblock. It was an option. Okay.
I wasn't speaking to that.
Okay, I wasn't. Okay, understood.
Did you want me to respond to?
Well, I don't know if you need to respond any more to that, but if you had a response.
Oh, well, there's a lot of anecdotal evidence about challenges to the state, and it's gotten harder and harder. I don't know how much. I don't know. You have 5 minutes left, so maybe don't spend too much time on mine. I can always provide you more detail on that later.
All right. I'm not sure it would be prudent to make a decision at this point. It would feel rushed. There probably is more conversation to have, but it's up to my colleagues.
I'll make a motion to approve it. Let's at least throw it out there and see where we go. Let's get somewhere.
two different resolutions.
Oh.
But yeah, Mr. Walsh or the staff would probably give some direction in terms of the two different resolutions and the.
So we have the two resolutions, the retrofit and the approval of tentative subdivision map.
Right.
If you're just going to approve them as is, then I think you could take them together. If you
Okay.
want to
All right.
do otherwise,
All right.
then you should probably
there's
do
a
them by
motion,
individual motion.
Does anyone have anything they want to add to the motion, make an adjustment?
Well, Vice Mayor Deasy
Right.
indicated that she had something to say, so. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's the hesitation is not necessarily about stopping something ultimately or keeping people out, but getting the project right. And even the little things seem important, like this 1505, if it's an extra unit of housing. I mean, it may seem small, but if we're going to spend this time, we might as well get it right. I guess that's my hesitation for doing the motion right now. I mean, there was a lot of stuff, and we didn't get into it. So getting it right, not being obstructionist.
What do you think, Mr. Barrett?
I agree with Vice Mayor Deasy on this one. I don't feel I have all the open questions answered. I think there's some answered, but I think we need some clarity. I'd also like to see a more comprehensive list of taking the public comments, the questions raised. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there. And I know we've talked a lot about this in other forums, but I think for the public to get something more comprehensive out on next meeting for us to review and kind of go through it in bullets would be good. Because I think to Vice Mayor Deasy's point, we want to measure, twice and cut once.
Yeah.
Three. And again, appreciate Councilmember Summers' overview. He's absolutely right. And I think we can accomplish both.
All right. Kelso.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity. We're obviously happy to continue the item. All we would ask for is to continue the item to a date certain. And so we would love to be able to continue that to your, I believe, January 27th meeting. And then specifically, I know we only have a few more minutes left, but we would love to be able to come prepared to that meeting, addressing all of the questions and concerns. And so I don't know how we go about that, but if there was a way you could provide that information in the minutes we have remaining, I'll definitely be taking notes. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Staff, any thoughts about it looks like we're going to continue the matter, but I do want to have some sort of certainty about what we're going to be talking about at the next meeting. A lot of questions. Seems like smaller lingering questions, but important to answer. I don't want to get certainty on a lot of them. We've answered a few of them. Maybe we've only answered some of them partially. I just want to get more sense about the rental condition, just to satisfy that. A number of other questions have come up. I don't know if we've answered them all. I'm not prepared to go through the entire list of all the questions, your task now is to answer all these questions. Mr. Rosa, what do you think about the process going forward in terms of responding to some of the things that have come up?
Yeah, done it. I've done this many times. It kind of reminds me of the Hunter project, where we have there's a general theme of a concern, and you write a response, and so we can probably go through all the letters and say, oh, that was addressed in response, blank blank. So we can do that. I just want to make sure that just to be clear, that the council's not directing like new research. I think all the data we have, you just want a little bit more robust information about the rental history. And were you satisfied with Ms. Casey's summary on the storm drain being mitigated?
I am.
Okay. We also can respond to the water neutrality. We actually had some internal discussions about that. So I think we can pull this together for the 27th, as long as there's nothing beyond what we talked about here tonight.
Just curating those questions in aggregate. And again, I know staff has answered these questions in various forums. The challenge for the public is they can't go to all these various forums, or time goes by and you lose the threads. And I've lost some of the threads myself. So it'd be good to baseline again, and then we can go forward with both.
Yeah, we trust the staff. We use your discretion about the ones that have risen to the top of the there are a lot of smaller issues, but some of the bigger issues, the issues that Vice Mayor DZ has raised, whatever ones you think are appropriate. If you think there's more information that's needed to clarify some of the points on the how to manage water on the property, that would be welcome. But I don't think you need to do additional research. You just need to articulate what the conclusions have been reached to date.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
I just want to make sure that the people's needs are answered, because this is who we are here, and then it informs us, and we try to help make the best decisions we can. But really, my concern is that the citizens' questions get answered, not
Absolutely.
Overdone. But
Absolutely, and
Thank you.
I agree with that. All
That
right.
stated, if I may, when you release this information to City Ventures, would you do it concurrently to the public? So we would have a chance to read it as well. A timely manner, not the day before.
Well, it'll be part of our regular staff report.
Well, just so that, because this stuff was released Friday afternoon for a Tuesday meeting, this is very little time for us to scrutinize what's
Understood.
going on.
Understood, as
So
it is
if-
for
when
us.
they get it, we should get it.
All right.
Is that fair?
It'll be under the regular course of how we operate our
We get
agendized
it.
item. Yeah, I don't want to put that pressure on our staff. We, by law, are not allowed to go on beyond 10 o'clock, and so we have a date certain. Do we need a motion to continue this item to the 27th? I mean, that's a consensus.
I would take a motion to adjourn, and then we'll re-agendize this.
Okay.
I actually, you know what, I would continue it to the 24th. I would continue this item, take a motion to continue this item to the 24th, so that we have it.
27th,
continued.
right?
Or, yeah, sorry.
I'll look for a motion to continue the matter to the 27th.
I'll make a motion.
Second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to continue the matter to January 27th. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Summers,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Deasy,
Yes.
Mayor Doring.
Yes. What about the balance of the calendar, Mr. Comello? Have you had a chance to talk about that?
One item that it would be nice to do it today, but I think
All right.
we're taking only 2 minutes. But
You may want to get with the Little League folks and come up with a time that's appropriate for them. I think the next meeting will be a lot shorter on this item, but we want to make sure that we put them up earlier in the calendar so that they get their matter heard. All right. Adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you for your courtesy and participation.